68 days until the biggest collegiate LAN event in Texas begins, and a lot of spots being filled up at the current moment. Going on right now over on the main channel on Esports U, CECC South Rocket League title game going on to see which team advances on into that Esports Stadium Arlington come early May. But right now, coming up here, we still got a lot of work to do, including 3 more matches, 2 more matches in the round robin, as well as the finals of the CECC Service Academy qualifier presented to you by Zip Chairs. We welcome you back inside of the booth from a great long break, although we are back and ready for some more action here in the qualifier. Clutchkey alongside Nerdy Bird with you, and this is going to be some fun here. We saw one team earlier on. Navy was with us against that Army team. They go down 0-2, a.k.a. their record now 0-1. Meanwhile, we got our first look at the Air Force Academy squad, so it'll be Navy versus Air Force. Now, the scenario here already, if Navy wins, they will be in. If Navy wins, we got a 1-1 record scenario going on to them. They have a chance at the finals to play against Army one more time. If Air Force wins this, then we know War Finals is, although we play the last match there for seedings thereafter because Navy would be out. So lots to play for here, and especially in a round-robin scenario, this is a really big matchup for Navy. From what you saw in the last matchup against Army, what do you think is going to be the key here for them to recover after that 0-2 loss against Army?
In all honesty, I'm just gonna parrot what I said earlier, which is the you cannot play as a passive support anymore. I understand the want to play the Mercy character and just kind of heal and damage boost as needed. But one of the things that I've noticed, especially in this most recent patch, including the hotfix, is that the DPS that gets damage out first is typically the team that's going to be the most successful. And while that damage boost can be great, the issue comes with the follow-up damage. Mercy does not provide follow-up damage. If your DPS dies, is in a bad spot, odds are you're going to get yourself killed too. You need to be playing, as we saw this other supports earlier, that is aggressive, pushing forward. Don't be in their face in a spot where you should theoretically get punished, because if the other team recognizes it, they'll start to take advantage of it. But you cannot play the style of, I'm a support, my only job is to heal. You need to be able to do damage and healing at the same time. This is no longer a game where Overwatch 1, you could just heal and win. It's not going to work anymore.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw Destroyer kind of take that just to a little bit of a second level, if you will, for Army. So maybe we'll get to see if Navy can pull this off in their own right against Air Force. Let's go ahead and bring up the rosters real quick. We'll start off with Navy. We saw them earlier on here against the Army team, but we'll introduce them one more time. Burger Boy, Strawberry 8, Zero Star, Mini Electric Void, as well as Numdog, all on your screen right now at the bottom. And they have, again, they did score a few fight wins over on Lijiang Tower. They got the first 27%, and that was just because of the speed that they had to start that one off, but Army would go ahead and reverse that number otherwise to 100. But this, not to say that this roster doesn't provide something. They are having themselves at least a few good fight wins and at least some highlights to go off of going into this match. Now let's bring up the Air Force roster between these two teams, and a little bit of a different scenario here. One person I believe is subbed out, and we'll get that information here. But otherwise, for Kenny Nia, excuse me. So Kenny Nia, the first name is actually out. That'll be Ryusuku TV. That is in for Air Force. Otherwise, everything else is the same thing. Phoenix, Arduistic, excuse me, I'm not, we'll find out how to pronounce this. Vintage Knight, as well as Space Wizard, out there for this Air Force Academy team. So there's your starting roster here. Your starting 5 for both sides, and it is going to be a climb here for Navy, as we were saying earlier, going down 0 to the Army. But again, first look at our Air Force team, and for Navy, maybe a recovery game, or Air Force a momentum game, if you will, to try to take on this Army team.
Yes, and our first map is going to be Air Force. We saw from Navy that they want to play around a Sigma. It just seems as though they might struggle a bit with how they should play their DPS with the Sig. As Sig is great into spam, but into dive or brawl, if your DPS can't help you make that space. A lot of people are like, Tank, it's your job to make space. It's like, no, my job is to take space. I need help to make the space that I can take, and also understanding your sine wave and when to back off or when you're free to engage. It's really evident when a Sigma is struggling if they don't know how to rotate their cooldowns against enemy cooldowns. If you can't force them out early, you're better off swapping. We did see that happen early on Li Zhang, ended up going with the Reinhardt mirror. Fine with that, but honestly, if you can come out and get your position set up early with the Sigma, it would work out better. Nepal, especially if we go into Sanctuary first, you could theoretically work out great with a Sig. If you go Village, you really got to watch your pathing.
Yeah, you got to really watch out for it. And getting the word arduous disc, excuse me, is the way to pronounce it. So apologies for the mispronunciation there as we get set. Nepal is going to be our very first map after a little bit of different rule change. If you weren't with us earlier on when we try to figure out the maps with Nepal going around, it'll be a ban on either side. And then, of course, the home team, which in this case I believe is the Navy Academy, gets the pick on the map. So we go into Nepal right now, 3 different maps to play from with the Sanctum, the Shrine, and the Village, although one of the standard maps, one of the few maps, or one of the first maps, I should say, that came out from Overwatch 1. So it is, actually, Air Force is the home team in this case, and they'll be playing the away team in both case scenarios here. So we'll get to see what these teams bring out to the table here for game number 1. And it's, again, a first look at Army, our other look at Navy as well. And while we have a minute in the action, by the way, the CECC Service Academy Qualifier brought to you and presented to you by Zip Chairs, the official gaming chair for the CECC. Go on over to zipchair.com and elevate your gaming chair today. So here's where we get our first look at these picks here for the Navy Academy and Air Force Naval Academy. We'll go with something not so similar. They bring out the Fire, they bring out the Symmetra, no Lucio this time around. Air Force, though, will bring out the Lucio, and in fact, they're the first ones to start off on the side.
Air Force, they had the faster swap off of that Symmetra, just demonstrating how quick they were to get out those gates. They're also running the Diva and pushing into the corridor on high left. They see the rotation coming out currently for Naval Academy. It might work out, but they're getting heavily spammed. That's what the Zenyatta brings to the table. Raining fire from above can be horrifying, and Diva helps counter that from the enemy's end. So see a couple get low, and they're trying to get pushed in on a point. I think Air Force is going to get it.
Saw this the other day where the Lucio and Zen, it's a good combination right now just because of regenerative healing for everybody else inside of this game right now. Raisuku TV, excuse me, comes out and takes down Numdog. Meanwhile, this Diva hotly contesting this far up inside of the air, already having to dive away, and the only thing you have to help you out is that Zenyatta Orb of Harmony. With nothing else to help you out otherwise, unless you're out down on the ground, and of course with that new change too. Got to make sure you land, but otherwise, Air Force starting off with the point. They're already at 25%, and Naval Academy just can't find their way into the current moment as they swap on over to Zarya.
Still trying to force their way through main. Zip Wizard, Phoenix, both are going to find one apiece. I think the struggle here is going to come with trying to push through main when you've got teams that are already stacked onto the high ground, just waiting for you to come into the death box that is set up at the front corridor. Zarya, I mean, you can force your way up through the first doorway on high left once again. It's just the issue is now with your Pharah. Pharah is going to try to off-angle, has to get the dedicated Zenyatta Orb as soon as they start getting targeted, so that leaves your Zarya up for the pickings, and we're once again looking like another rotation in through mid. Perhaps it'll work out this time. They do have that Kitsune Rush, and they instigate it early.
Kitsune rushes out. There's going to be the pulse bomb, and Burger Boy can't get away from it. So it's the already advantage over to Air Force as they back all the way up. And Strawberry 8 also goes down, meaning there is no more supports left. Yes, Zero Star gets one pick, but that's pretty much all that's going to happen. They pop the Transcendence at the same time, which could very well be a big ult for them, although they will come up on a sound barrier at the same time. So Air Force getting to 75% as we go on, and Naval Academy will make some swaps here very late, too.
Naval, with the swap onto this, Sigma can help counteract what they're having to deal with from the Tracer, a little bit from that Sojourn and Zen. They can rock Diva, prevent the rotation. It's just, you mentioned it, pretty late to make this swap, almost entire team comp, but they finally go up one, taking out Ryuzuka TP, and we hear Overclock getting procced as well.
Overclock does take care of the pylon, but that's about it. The self-destruct will find 2 onto Burger Boy, and Zero Star. Explosion in the center will be it for this fight as Air Force starts this off with a very clean point, not a speck of dust on it. 100-0 on the Village. Late swaps don't work out in the favor of the Naval Academy. Air Force very, very clean in the first round. Pulse bombs and everything else along with that self-destruct double kill gives the Falcons 1-0 lead on Nepal to start.
Transitioning now into Sanctuary. Perhaps Naval Academy will stick with the comp that they've rolled out at the very end on. I do anticipate the Symmetra on both sides to be swapped out. They are also having Burger Boy start on Lucio. Nope, going Kiriko. That Lucio's speed is so paramount. Getting to that point first, getting set up is huge. And I think that is just the Naval Academy not being willing to run the Lucio just to get the little bit of extra speed might be detrimental to them, as we also see the Ana coming out as well for them. You can see how far back Zero Star is. Already we have Air Force surrounding this point, getting posted, choosing where they want to take this first fight, and it looks like Ana might be their initial target.
Big thing, though, is that the Ana at least can't get cleansed out if you throw the Bionade in the right direction, so they could take rightful advantage of it. Bastion falling down to half, but it's a good thing you got your Kiriko looking right at you. Ana's having to use that Bionade just to stay up with the team, already down to half health and will regenerate under cover. But right now, Air Force all over this point. No entryway for the Naval Academy as they start this off, but will they take the fight to them already? Protection Suzu out, and Raisuku's causing a lot of trouble in the back line, and that's also thanks to the Rockets coming from Arduous Disc. Has themselves a little bit more of a good game here, diving right on in. We'll use already just the dive on in to get rid of Zero Star, and we'll get rid of Burger Boys. Well, the entire kit of this D.Va getting at least the final blow, in Air Force 25% already.
I mentioned it earlier, with Sigma, you have to be able to create pressure for your Sig in order to sustain, take angles where the Sigma finds success. Sig plays better in the long fight. That's why you typically see that Zenyatta or a Baptiste with the Sigma, because those two provide a lot of spam, which lets you take space and use your cooldowns a little bit more leniently. Whereas here, this dive comp into these pseudo-spam supports, they get eaten alive as we already lose two.
Pulse Bomb's going to land right on the Strawberry. The Electric Void is gone, so big chunk of healing and big chunk of damage down, and both of your supports is down as well. It's not looking good here for the Naval Academy. Trying to recover back from that earlier loss to Army earlier on. They had 27% at least on Lijiang Tower. It's not looking good for a single percentage point right now for the Naval Academy right now.
When you're looking for this Sig comp, you cannot all be stacked together, and that's what Dive is wanting. They want you all in one spot. It makes it easy pickings. We're going to see the self-destruct get thrown into the high window. Does anybody die? Unfortunately, it's Electric Void.
Yeah, it's Electric Void who gets downed by the Disruptor shot, but if you're going to give yourself a chance at any moment here in this fight to win, now would be the time. Raisuku's down at the very least, and Arduous Disc on themselves at least on top, so they get the Sigma down below. What a sound wave that comes up from Space Wizards. Now you have the Gravitic Flux up, with the Sigma falling oh so low, and the Transcendence is going to help this out as well. Oh, Zero Stars all the way in the back line. You can't save that. Overclock is going to get popped as well, and Numduck goes down, and again, Disruptor shot finds another. There's going to be the sound barrier out from Space Wizard just to secure the point. Air Force domination throughout the entire map against the Naval Academy. 100-0 on Village, 100-0 on the Shrine. Not a speck of dust on either point on Nepal. And Air Force one map away from the finals.
Let's take a quick look at this play of the game. I think it might be, yeah, D.Va coming in with this self-destruct at the end of Village. It was absolutely massive. It also could be in one, yeah, it's the one at the end of Village.
Yep. Not much more you can say about it there for the self-destruct. It's just two on the center. You needed to touch the point. You didn't have a shield to work with there. So two going down, and that is a big loss there for Naval Academy. However, this time around, they'll get another pick here. Now, last time for their pick, they did get Junkertown, and that didn't work out all too well on the 3-0. Now it's against a dive composition here, so what map do you think we're seeing here? I mean, this is Junkertown may not be the... I mean, yeah, you have the Sigma and all, but I don't know if that's the play here against this team that's diving you really, really well, like especially an Air Force team that's just going to go run and right at you.
I just think a hard map to avoid is Dorado. Professional teams struggle on that map. I would not suggest... It's not as though Air Force is perfectly organized with their dives, but when their D.Va is going Predator missile mode and people just aren't, she's not getting DMAC'd. We did not really see Toki blow up unless it was a self-destruct happening. So with that in mind, don't go Dorado first. That's my first bit of advice. I honestly would suggest, if you want to run the Sigma, go to Havana. Go to Havana. Yes, you can dive on first point on defense, because you're almost guaranteed that if you pick map, the enemy team is going to choose to be defense first. It's most advantageous to do that. If you're going to continue to run the Sig and you want to run this Bastion, you have a lot of natural cover provided, go Havana. I know teams are afraid of the snipers, but we have seen snipers come from Army, but we haven't seen one come from Air Force yet. So I think it would be an opportunity to see that. Also, just your composition needs to be centered around your tank. That is a map that is Sigma friendly. Gibby? No.
No.
Unless you start on defense, don't go Gibby. just don't. So I really think we should be looking at Havana here. Maybe we go Rialto. That could also theoretically work out, but that first turn in that straightaway from the attacker's perspective, when there's a dive comp in that small alley, it is scary. I would not advise to go against that. So I really would suggest that they go Havana. I don't know if they will. I'm not in their ears, but this is just my sage advice that they can hear in the replay at some point and maybe go, that kind of sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things going around for who knows. Havana, yeah, obviously not Watchpoint Gibraltar. That's the home of dive. I honestly, even if you were to start with defense, that's not the place I'm going to say you want to go to. Actually, we are going to take a little bit short of a break. So when we come back, we'll see what map is determined for this team from Navy to keep their tournament hopes alive and keep their chances at a spot at CECC Texas in the May Madness alive as well. You're watching the CECC Service Academy qualifiers right here on Esports U.
Are we ready?
Yes.
Are we ready for the Zip Chair Gaming Esports U 2023 Arlington Zip Chair commemorative race? I don't know why it's commemorative. It is now. They're going to race all the way down and all the way back. The first winner is the CECC May Madness Texas 2023 Zip Chair Racing Champion. In 3, 2, 1, go! Oh, Smooth cheated! Smooth cheated! That's a false start from Smooth, but he's actually still barely in the lead. Things looking a little bit rough, but it looks like Guac catches in. Tony swings in. Angela's so excited she threw her phone straight onto the ground. Smooth hurtling back. Earl's camera is probably going to get hit. Hold on. I'm here to play defense if we need it. Okay, we're good. Smooth catches it. Yeah, that's an immediate disqualification. That's a DQ. The fans are furious. You hate to see it. Everybody's angry.
History at CECC. And there it is! Both platforms online and dip will take it home. What a game.
Take a victory lap, take a bow, and take the headsets off and start to yell.
Racers, are we ready?
Yes.
Are we ready for the Zip Chair Gaming Esports U 2023 Arlington Zip Chair commemorative race? I don't know why it's commemorative. It is now. They're going to race all the way down and all the way back. The first winner is the CECC May Madness Texas 2023 Zip Chair Racing Champion. In 3, 2, 1, go! Oh, Smooth cheated! Smooth cheated! That's a false start from Smooth, but he's actually still barely in the lead. Things looking a little bit rough, but it looks like Guac catches in. Tony swings in. Angela's so excited she threw her phone straight onto the ground. Smooth hurtling back. Earl's camera is probably going to get hit. Hold on. I'm here to play defense if we need it. Okay, we're good. Smooth catches it. Yeah, that's an immediate disqualification. That's a DQ. The fans are furious. You hate to see it. Everybody's angry.
Welcome back, everybody, here from the break. Clutchkey alongside Nerdybeard with you for the second game of the CECC Service Academy qualifiers presented to you by ZipChair. Navy versus Air Force right now as Air Force wins game number 1, 100-0, 100-0. Village and Shrine back on the ball, and it is a best of 3, a.k.a. the first to 2 here. So we will see Kings Row, and that's why I said first to 2, because this could draw. This has the potential to draw. Won't say it otherwise, but Air Force is only one map away from sending themselves into the finals, essentially because they would have the 1-0 record. Navy would be 0-2. It would be impossible at that point in a round robin to catch up from there on out. So our Air Force winning this map would be big for them, playing Army for seeding-wise for the first map pick, I guess you could say, in the finals in the first of 3, best of 5, and Army awaiting Air Force just to see what could happen here in this entire series between the two. But right now, as we go on to a scrims row, I mean, the Old Faithful, the El Clasico of maps here. This is just the standard map if you want to figure out what the heck is going to go on. But Brawl assumption here, right?
I mean, we could see Brawl, but again, we have witnessed Navy really favor the Sigma play. And on attack, I'm not saying Sigma's bad, but you really need to watch your rotations and your angles that your team is taking, trying to get to the high ground. It's doable. It's not impossible. I know many Sigma enjoyers that will still continue to run Sig into the ground on this map. Go for it, but you really need to understand your win condition into the enemy composition as well. Let's hope we don't see any last minute or swapping twice and taking too long to get on the right comp. If you walk out, you're immediately countered, swap to something else, and it looks as though we're sticking with the Diva for Air Force. No surprise there. Naval Academy, we have the Sigma once again. Basically the same comp that we saw for J-Town. However, Burger Boy walking out on the Zen. I like this more. It creates more pressure. It will... Honestly, you're more favored in the 1v1s as the Zen anyway, and you're probably going to get dove, so be careful. We see the nade come out. Doesn't land on anybody as we're posted up underneath theater.
Yeah, it just gets sucked away by the defense matrix already. And look at the speed. This Diva's already in. The Lucio's already in. This is going to create a lot of space around the statue area and around the gate that a lot of teams have some trouble getting through. No May wall, nothing really of that nature to kind of stave off any of that pressure. So this is just free open space area. And look at Vintage Knight already at the top rope, can just fire all on their way down, building up to an ultimate, building up to a ball spawn, already at 23%. Air Force just putting on the pressure to this Naval Academy, although the Bionade, or rather the Nana was almost up to 50%. Doesn't really matter when the Disruptor shot hits onto your Zenyatta and the pressure is on. Dive away. Once you get one, the Air Force will come swooping right down at you. Yes, the Diva's out of mech, but it don't matter when you're going to get all 3 ticks anyways.
And Diva is just going to emote. We'll all be able to take a quick look at that. Posted up over outside of bookstore, trying to get that Toki charge back. Only at 30%. It means Lucio has to play a babysitter a little bit. Also gonna poke. Diva is probably going to get this mech back in time. We do see Burger Boy swapped over to the Lifeweaver. Lifeweaver you can do more damage with. It's just the safety net of the pull ability is going to be rough, because I promise you, if you pull your Sig, someone else is going to need it within 5 seconds, and it's not back in time.
Vintage Knight coming out here, being such a threat every single time they are alive. They notice where Vintage Knight is at the very least. We'll have to use the recall already. Don't know if they notice that That was the call here. 93% Pulse Bomb right to be available. This Bastion notices it out, but the Bastion goes down in the hands of Vintage Knight, and the speed and the sound wave coming out from Space Wizard as well. Bionade onto Arduous Disc for just a couple of moments, and now the Overclock going to get popped at the same time. That's 2 kills already for Raizuku TV, one of the subs here, and the sub making good use of their valuable play time inside of this match as they advance forward. Another team wipe here for the Air Force Academy.
I understand the urge to try and sustain as long as possible, but you got to keep in mind that you're staggering both you and your tank. So the opportunity for anyone to get a touch on this and for it to actually parlay into something significant here for Naval Academy is out of the water. So now they're looking to regroup. They have almost every ultimate online, but as does Air Force. The only thing they used was that overclock. They're still going to have Pulse Bomb. We've got no defense against Pulse Bomb, and also we do see Numdog swapping over to Zarya. Bubble might save someone. If it's someone else, you're going to have to rely on Grip or just pray that no one does end up getting stuck.
That's a great Pulse Bomb and a great Bionade in from Air Force as well. Soundmare is just going to allow them to dive right on in and secure all the kills. The point was already secured. This payload has not stopped moving for quite a long time. And already just all the picks that are falling makes this into the final home stretch. And now Naval Academy making some swaps on over, like you were saying, to the Zarya 2. 3 ultimates, this is going to have to be it. But they switch from that too.
We pull out the Mercy.
This ends now.
Oh boy. Here's the overclock that gets pulled out now. It's gonna from Naval Academy. Tree of Life is gonna stave them off for right now. Self-destruct is out. Self-destruct doesn't find anything this time around. But what is being found is a lot of damage. Vintage Knight and Space Wizard getting the picks. It's into the final 5 meters. Home stretch be damned here. They're just gonna run it all the way down a big time bank as they go uno dos adios, completing the entire map of Kings Row. 34 seconds over the standard time bank of 4 minutes. They're at 4:34 with a completed Kings Row.
Initiating match.
All right. Honestly, Naval Academy, we need to make swaps faster. Strawberry, please. Please. Go check my account. I'm not saying this because I'm a Mercy hater. I promise you. Don't go Mercy. In a dive composition, you're gonna get damaged by a DPS indefinitely when you're trying to pocket someone. You're automatically going to get deleted. Either lack of like the healing reduction because of the DPS damage, or the DPS damage in conjunction with a Zenyatta Discord, you are not looking swell. We're going to have Electric Void also on the Pharah once again. Zero Star pulling out the Widow, which we did see on Junkertown, got some significant picks, but the concern here is Vintage Knight, who was not given up the mantle of the Tracer. Your job now, harass Widowmaker. That's easy said and done, especially you get a Zenyatta Orb on your head, a Discord on the Widow after she grapples, you go find her, and she's gone. Space Wizard's going to pick up the mantle of King Brigida, which means you're either going to have a lot of fun or none. That is the rule, but some coaches will tell you if you're having fun on Brig, you're playing her wrong. However, with a Zenyatta who can just orb you when your Tracer's off in La La Land and out of his LOS, you can have a lot of fun on Brig. So enjoy yourself, Space Wizard.
I was gonna say, don't you want to usually have fun on Brig, just swinging away the whip shots and all? No, just try to have fun, right? As Air Force comes in already, swinging away. The Resurrection already having to be used by Strawberry 8 onto Electric Void, who went down very early on. Zero Star will switch on over to the Sojourn in this case, as we'll try to take an upper approach to this. Ramattra, first time we'll see this in the entire series, maybe even the entire day here, building up to the Annihilation. Already at 43%. Naval Academy making their path all the way up now as they'll go all the way up the stairs, try to rotate on over. And tries to go ahead and take that second high ground, but it won't happen. They're going to have to play lower now and right into the hands of Air Force with that big shield. And it's going to be the runaway. And this Brigida diving a little bit too far into the team, but somehow was able to get away, but not before Numdog finally gets there. However, the corral is on as Air Force will go right on in, punching away. It's the Nemesis form of Arduous Disc. And Air Force takes them out within the first minute 12.
Okay, so the rotation dropped down out of window. Initially, had we had Ravenous Vortex from Ramattra, Brig Stun might have worked out. Honestly, I thought we were going to lose Space Wizard. Then, I told you, you're either having fun with the Orb of Harmony on you, or you're having no fun at all. And when Space Wizard overcommitted and passed away, they're having too much fun without the follow-up of Zenyatta.
Well, let's see if Air Force can have a little bit more fun besides the Brigadier, obviously. There is Annihilation Pulse Bomb is available to you. Naval Academy making another swap for a tank. We'll go on over to the Arisa instead, see if they can stop anything, especially what this Annihilation can bring to a Javelin throw. Might be the difference to save your life or not, but they might even pop it in this case, as Raizuku's already got Electric Void, but they do get the Resurrection off, so that's 30-second cooldown now on the table. There's the Pulse Bomb that comes out, at least sticks for right now, but that'll be a lot of health bars at half or lower. Because the overclock was popped already, nothing there for Air Force at this moment. Annihilation still available, might not, again, not even need to use it. It's just the Mercy and the Baptiste trying to heal each other, run away for their lives. 2 picks already falling. Vintage Knight falling low just a little bit here, but they're just going to dive the Mercy on. And it's not looking good here for Navy. 90 seconds left to go to even get a tick here.
Electric Void is also swapped onto the Pharah. One thing to keep in mind is also utilizing the new passive of the DPS, which is the damage reduction. So as Pharah in previous eras of this pharmacy composition, you're the one to call a target when you're peppering damage down on them. You have follow-up, but there's lack of follow-up. We're playing a spam with a Pharah, so the opportunity to dive and take advantage of the damage reduction, well, healing reduction, is not there. We have forced the Ramacha's cooldowns. Will we see Air Force forced on the back foot here finally?
Transcendence, Rally, Annihilation, all in the hands of Air Force. Pulse Bomb coming up as well. Annihilation is going to be used in Zero Star. Cannot get away from it. Javelin throw, though, will be able to create some space, and that Annihilation still active, though, because the Pharah was inside of it. Now Transcendence is popped. That's everybody going down. It's a quick fight. They use 3 ultimates, but Air Force still staving off away Naval Academy for right now. 1 quick fight left.
Terra Surge, Overclock, both online for Naval Academy. We have Burger Boy swapping over to the Moira. I'm a Moira enjoyer. I like the nails. Let's see if this works out. We also have Pulse Bomb, Overclock, both online for Air Force. We've seen these be very deadly. Never mind, Strawberry's also going to swap over back to the Mercy. There's nothing to cleanse this Pulse. The only option is for it to not stick or to Numb Dog to eat it. This is scary when everyone screws up!
Yeah, but at least nobody died from it. However, Raizuku with the Overclock will pop onto Electric Void already, and you're not even going to have a chance to resurrect that. The Overclock, the aim is so good as the time melts away. The Naval Academy unfortunately exits out of the CECC Service Academy qualifiers. Air Force and Army will be your round robin final match, as well as your grand finals match. And Army versus Air Force to see who moves on into the CECC Texas spot.
Pretty sure this was right after that Pulse Bomb that I was concerned about, and you said it's fine, no one passed away. But then as you said that, I just see Ryazaku TV pop the Overclock and everybody falls down. I mean, there's the initial damage of the Pulse Bomb plus the cooldowns utilized to try and sustain afterwards, and then just Overclock.
Yeah. And it's just over and done with the quick match there between these two teams. Again, final scores from this one, 100-0, 100-0, not a speck of dust. Air Force going very cleanly here on Nepal, and then not a speck of dust even on Kings Row, not even a single tick to begin it up there as well. So Navy and Air Force are done. Navy, unfortunately, going 0-2 in the round robin, meaning they are automatically eliminated. So our finals are already determined, Army versus Air Force, but we still have to play the round robin to see who gets the first map pick going into that finals matchup in the first to 3 best of 5 scenarios. So we will take a short break, and when we come back, Army versus Air Force is our matchup as you're watching the CECC Service Academy qualifier presented by ZipChair right here on Esports U2.
Back to basics. All hostiles neutralized. Victory. This ends now.
Welcome back, everybody, from the break. Clutchy alongside Nerdy Bird with you here for the final round of the round-robin scenario between Army and Air Force. Now, we have our determination of the finals already. Both of these teams will be inside of the finals for the best of 5, first to 3 scenario now, but we still got to get through the final match of the round-robin between these two teams. So this will determine seeding. Winner gets the 2-0 record, loser gets the 1-1, and essentially winner will get the first map pick going into the next map, and this is still the first to 2. And both teams will still ban 1 map each. There has been a Busan ban as well as a Lijiang Tower ban, mind you. And out of left field for the map, it is Army West Point's pick. And we're headed to, you know what, I'll say it out loud. It's my favorite control point just for one thing and one thing alone. We're headed to Antarctic Peninsula.
And for clarification, the reason why Clutchkey likes this map, I'm 90% positive. It's penguins.
Yes.
That is why he likes the map. He enjoys
Penguins are
the
my
cute
favorite animals.
penguin.
I will say, penguins are my favorite animal.
Okay, well,
they're
that's
so
completely valid. So both of these teams have pretty much made a comp and stuck with it. At least the series that we saw them earlier. We had Army coming in on a brawl composition, and then we have our Air Force squad coming in on a dive comp. Both of these extremely powerful. Honestly, though, they're playing into each other's counters with that in mind. It's not as bad as trying to go brawl into spam, but brawl into a dive comp, your rotations need to be on point, you need to be planning ahead and identifying where you're going to be putting yourself in a weak spot, and in general, I think Antarctic Peninsula is going to be difficult. Nonetheless, if your Reinhardt is a powerhouse, you'll have a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun here just to see what these teams pull out. Look, Lijiang Tower was a standard pick. Nepal was a standard pick against Air Force. Got that against Navy. Army did this against Navy for Lijiang Tower. So this is I guess, one of the maps that you would not think a team would like to pick here is, again, you would think that Ilios might have been the pick here. Nepal was still on the table as well. Even Oasis was on the table there too. But no, Antarctic Peninsula is the one. Samoa, maybe not the pick that everybody would want, considering that, you know, you have the, it's the newest map available to you, and maybe not teams are not quite comfortable on it, and maybe the compositions aren't either. But we do head to Antarctic Peninsula, and the first map we will get to see here for this entire first to 2 best of 3 scenario, and I believe we are headed to Icebreaker first. So yep, there it is, the Penguins inside of spawn rooms. I love the little guys. They're so much fun.
Destroyer is choosing no Ana this time because we don't have that Ana Zen comp that we saw earlier. Army West Point's going with the BAP Lucio. I love this combo, but Torbjorn still is going to be the pick. That might make Vintage Knight have a little bit more of a rough time than we saw earlier. As we have the first game engage happening, you can see Air Force is already staged, but Wall has been used by May early.
We'll use it earlier on. It's Zen Baptiste versus Lucio Baptiste, excuse me. Now we can see what goes faster here. Is it the Diva Dive or is it the Reinhardt going to do a lot of the damage right now? Raisuku's already got to kill him to Destroyer, but Archer's Disc is going to dive right in and trade that one back. So it's a 1-for-2 trade, and that Orb of Discord is going to do a lot for you, especially on stage mode that doesn't have the crowd freeze available. Air Force is going to start us off with the first point here on the Icebreaker.
Just that extra bit of speed that Air Force has right now, it allows them to get out of danger, get into position where they want to be. We have Rock swapping over to the Zarya, choosing to put down the hammer, I understand it. Destroyer's swapping over to Moira, and Mulan's going over to this Kiriko instead. I think the nail in the coffin first fight was honestly stay bold, had to use wall early, and they couldn't rotate without Lucio's speed. So now with the Zarya, will they be able to capitalize a little bit more? But bubbles have been forced, walls used again with no one dying.
Yeah, and only 26 to charge the show for it. They're going to try to go all the way around here, try to force them on the other side to play and basically swap sides, if you will. Air Force, by the way, their health bar is falling oh so low, down to half already. The poke composition working out just a little bit. Crowd freeze having to be used as well as the wall, just to rotate out like you were saying. Raisuku, though, is able to get that secondary shot. What a pulse bomb stake from Vintage Knight onto stage mode. Now, Shins does get rid of Phoenix. Can there be a turnaround here? That answer is going to be no, especially when you have Vintage Knight taking care of that Torbjorn at the same time. So Air Force halfway through the Icebreaker, and they are just rolling along here.
Let's take a look at these ultimates that are coming online. We just received Pulse Bomb come out from Knight. Other than that, everything else is going to be available. Self-Destruct, Transcendence will count, Beat as being online, and Overclock. May's close to his Cryo Freeze. We almost have Molten Core as well. Coalescence and Kitsune Air should be online, but in the name of Overwatch and the tempo that these teams are trying to maintain for Air Force, ulting first is definitely going to be advantageous. It'll win them this fight and likely this first map.
Vintage Knight falling oh so low, not using the recall, will just back up for right now. Space Wizard does have the sound barrier, and the sound barrier is popped first here by Air Force. Overclock at the same time. There's the Coalescence that's going to be popped by Destroyer. But already the Overclock finding one. Vintage Knight, it's down in your back line. Gets rid of Destroyer. And Destroyer's Coalescence goes for absolutely nothing now. Self-destruct available. Transcendence is used. Air Force has used 3 of their 4 ultimates available to them. As Destroyer will move on over to Lucio to speed on for the rest of the team. Keeps in rushes out with the overtime. Self-destruct is available from Arduous Disc, who will use it right away after getting taken out of the mech. And so Arduous Disc will get back in. And that's a great time for a Graviton Surge as well, as Rock takes care of Space Wizard inside of it. And now the Zenyatta's in a whole lot of trouble. The crowd freezes out for Shade Wolves just to keep them in. Good wall to keep the D.Va out. And it's going to be Army West Point staying alive in this map.
Okay, we used every single ult except for Molten Core. Everybody on Air Force used theirs. Everyone for Army West Point dropped what they had, except for Shiz, who ended up passing away first. Now, the thing I will say is I think Army West Point's still going to be a little bit struggling a bit here, even with this Molten Core online, because you think about it, D.Va can eat it. They do manage to take out Raizuku TV early, so it's probably a reset, but responding to ults with another ult, if it's DPS ulting first and the follow-up with the Moira ult, it was already bad news bears, unfortunately, for Army, but they managed to sustain. The question is, with nothing online, will they be able to sustain through this next one?
So essentially a dry fight here for Air Force. Army West Point does have that Molten Core, like you were saying. Now just trying to find their way around into the main site. They're splitting up just a little bit for the dive scenario, but that's okay. Your D.Va has that mobility, that vertical mobility to do so. When Archer assists, the mech falling also low, and that mech's out of play. That mech is just gone and wiped away thanks to Rock just lasering that down. And so you really got no entryway without a tank to play with.
I like Destroyer on this Lucio, almost has another sound barrier online space. Well, Wizard is too far behind on beat for it to really count at this point. We do see Arduous Disc is also going to get eliminated. We're getting into last fight territory no matter what. The amount of damage that Rock is doing got extremely high charge. Final, and once again high charge. Baiting Bubble in order to use it for the Zen volley was huge. Blizzard, I mean, everything's online for Army. I think they can hold this. They just have to make sure Phoenix and Space Wizard are either gone or their ults are used early. Otherwise, Army's ults aren't going to be as great.
Air Force is probably going to have 3 ults at best. Blizzard's going to come out, and Blizzard's going to slow. Graviton Surge pulls them back into the Blizzard. That's a great one from Rock. And now the Sound Barrier's going to come out at the same time. Pulse Bomb only lands up onto the turret as well. Keeps an air rush just to secure at this point. What a combination between the Blizzard and the Graviton Surge to end it. There's going to be no touch here from the Air Force Academy except for just maybe the Sojourn on the power slide. But that's all you got to play with. Even the Lucio is just going to melt away in time. They will just try to keep contesting this Transcendence just to help touch the point. They're just going to keep denied for right now. Molten Core will just cover the ends of the point, because if you walk into it, you're just going to be burned away. And the Molten Core will get rid of the Tracer. Shiz will get rid of Arduous Disc on the Doomfist as well. From down 99-0, Army West Point just turns it on its head. It's 100-99 for the Black Knights.
That was absolutely incredible. Rock, the swaps I've seen from you, while surprising, have been fabulous. Keep it up. Let's see, will Army make adjustments, considering I think Rock is feeling the Zarya right now. We talked about it before broadcast and mid-broadcast a little bit between us two. Clutch you and I kind of agree. Zarya in the right hands, a little overpowered.
Oh.
I don't mind it in any way, shape, or form, but we got the JQ. I may be a D.Va enjoyer, but I have a crush on JQ. This is great. It's still a wall and eliminate composition, but the Doomfist, JQ and Doomfist can counter one another if played properly once again. In the right hands, both of these comps are equally deadly. It's just a matter of who strikes first and who is most deadly.
Oh, that wall is going to stave you off for a couple of moments if you're Air Force. Going to get back to the rest of your team. There's going to be the knife onto the Doomfist as well. This Doomfist is in a whole lot of trouble. Suzu's not going to do you anything. You're talking about first picks. Well, the first picks come in the hands of Army. They reverse, though, 99-0 to 199. Now they're the ones that start off with the point here on sub-level.
Properly using that knife into the Doomfist. Mulan just, Phoenix could not use Suzu in time is tragic. The boop down from Destroyer to try and take away this Soldier 76's position works out swimmingly, but Rock using knife, saying, oh, Doomfist, you just used all your cooldowns trying to leave? Come back here. That is how they counter each other, but if knife is used early and then Doom engages, it can be massive. It's just vintage. Can you go bait the knife out for your Doomfist to get the clearance that he needs?
It's a good wall as well, because they're trying to help Phoenix, but that wall staves them off. There's no TP. They're only Suzu you had is gone. And now the turret, even Shiz, gets rid of Raizuku thanks to a little bit of help from the friend back there. And yeah, this is not looking good here for Air Force right now. They have themselves a great opportunity to open that game up with a 100-0 win. Unfortunately, Army's just taking this momentum well on its head. Still, Doomfist will try to dive right back in, but Doomfist hasn't really been able to do anything. Only 40% to an ultimate. Meanwhile, Rock is up to 65%. Will just run away with it. And Raizuku does get rid of the turret, but for what cost? Destroyer pays, or is able to take out Space Wizard on the melee kill. Without a Lucio, there's no speed into this.
Doomfist and Tracer need to try and strike together. They managed to, we see Phoenix go a little supportable combat mode, find Destroyer. Raizuku TV is also gone. Mulan is going to have this Kitsune Rush online. Not positive they'll need it just yet, but their tank's getting desperately low. Perhaps we see it pop. Just trying to sustain. 2 are critical. No one's dead yet, but there it is. Finally, Kitsune Rush popped from both sides.
Kitsune Rush is going to be popped on simultaneously on either end, like you were saying. Skatebolt is able to take care of Phoenix with a big thing there. They're going to invest the Sound Barrier, but Phoenix is already dead. So that Sound Barrier may just go for nothing here because you don't have the help. There's going to be the Pulse Bomb out. It's cleansed by the Protection Suzu, but Raizuku's out there to take care of Shiz. Now, it's going to have to be a very big tactical visor here, but Raizuku's just getting bumped around and played with. Does get the Helix Rockets on the staying mode, but this is just a wipeout from 199 to a 100-0. Army West Point turning it on its head with just one fight win back on the Icebreaker. And the Black Knights are 1 win away from the #1 seed and the first map pick heading into the finals.
Play of the game is going to be Vintage Knight coming out on this Tracer. Let's see. Most likely, yes, it took place on our first map of Icebreaker. Lands the Pulse Bomb. This was, 40% in, so roughly the first fight. It's just the rotations weren't always in sync. And in all honesty, Army West Point, they rolled out on the JQ. If you and your Tracer on Doomfist are not smacking the same target together, and maybe your Kiriko isn't going in even with you at that same time, if you haven't forced cooldowns, then 3 need to strike. If you have forced cooldowns, then it can be just Doomfist and Tracer going in together. But not understanding that that is the win condition, similar to like that Wrecking Ball Tracer composition. If you don't have that synergy and you're going into a JQ who has Axe, who has Knife, the bleed is too much, there's just so much cleave happening, you're going to blow up.
Yeah, it's just
Just
a lot of damage being poured out by that team from this Army, from the Army Black Knights, the Army West Point esports team right now. So they lead the series 1-0 over this Air Force team that is trying to find their way back. And look, that's not to say that it's 2-0 is the scoreline that you're looking at. The scoreline you're looking at is an Icebreaker 199, and then all of a sudden Army gets their footing together, right? That Zarya swap on to take care of the Diva and everything else. Diving that back line too is just a great pick and a great swap off in general. And like you're saying, that Junker Queen just absolutely popping off for the rest of the team, getting those first picks and getting the first bloods to make sure that Army stays on top there 100-0. So Air Force now gets the next map type as well as the map itself. So no bans here. It's just all of them to figure out what to do here. Now, earlier on, they did play for Army their map. Excuse me, the Army's second game that on the map that they played was Junkertown, but that was Navy's pick, and Navy's pick as well against Air Force was King's Row. So do you go back to Escort, or do you go back to, or do you take on Army's Escort map, or do you take on your own, or do you take down King's Row maybe? I mean, you played really well on King's Row, 434, all 3 points there for their time bank. So what do you pick here if you're Air Force right now? Because Air Force needing to find something else, and I guess we're going to already determine that because they're going to go long-range map. This is Sigma Standard. We're going to Circuit Royale.
Okay, so you said it. You said the thing that I was going to reference that I was like, this could play into what map you go into, and that is the Sigma. So Sigma is extremely powerful on Circuit Royale, and a good Sigma is also very oppressive on Midtown. So I was thinking, like, do we want to go hybrid and we'll go Midtown? But we haven't seen the Pocket Sigma. The Sigmas that we've seen were from other teams, not from either of these two squads. So do they have someone who plays Sigma? I don't know. Are we going to see the Ramatra variants instead? Are we still going to see some sort of dive variation? Are we going to have someone go up on a pedal over on the right side, on the attacking side, and say surprise and drop down on everybody? Because that is a goofy strategy I've seen. I really don't know because, like I said, we haven't seen Sig. This is a map you normally see Sig. What adjustments are going to be made? What variation of that Sigma are we going to have here? We do know for a fact that there's some very scary snipers for these teams. So, I mean, theoretically, they have people that can play Sig.
Yeah, I mean, Sigma standard map here, obviously, and you have the long ranges too, right, Hanzo? And with the increase in the projectile size, mind you, as well, this could very well work out in the favor if you're playing that Hanzo. Widowmaker getting a little bit of a change as well. So this could be interesting to find out what these teams pull out of the bag here, at least for this. And like you said, Doomfist earlier could very well be popped out, especially when Army was playing, or excuse me, Air Force was playing that earlier. Maybe this decide to dive onto this back line, who knows, but teams are going to go right on in. And by the way, folks, CECC Service Academy Qualifier presented to you by ZipChair. Go ahead and check out zipchair.com to elevate your gaming chair today. By the way, and of course, ZipChair, the official gaming chair for the CECC. So let's take a look at what these teams are going to pull out. And no, okay, so this is no Sigmas at all.
No Sigmas.
This is Sigmaless. This is Ramatras on either side here, and Sojourns are going to be your long range. Meanwhile, supports a little bit different. Army's opting for the Mercy and the Honors here.
All right, so the Ramatra, I think, is your second best pick if you don't feel comfy on a Sig. I mean, you could go Winston. I'm a Winston enjoyer. However, between Nemesis Form and your shield, you can rotate those two abilities similar to how Sigma would with Kinetic Grasp and utilizing shield. But nonetheless, it's not as great. The one thing I'm worried about, though, Army, we've seen very powerful supports, but we've got Mercy here. Mercy. The character I've been crying about all broadcast. Will it work out? So far, it has.
Oh my goodness, Raisuku's lucky to get out with their lives and that amount of health left. So no long-range battles unless you're looking just at the Sojourns alone. Going to be a little bit of a hack in the back line. That gets away for right now. Maywall comes up and trying to stave away. Now, this Lucio might be in a little bit of trouble considering, but get out with their life for right now. And the Sojourn falling also low. Good thing you have the boost up with the health. AoE for right now is Air Force forcing Army West Point back just a little bit, trying to condense the attack into that one little streetway. But they're playing upper, they're playing lower, and Raisuku's already got the kill onto Rock as well. Rock might have just stepped up just a little bit too far for the team right now. And look at Raisuku, already 78%, 80% to an EMP. This is going by quickly. Vintage Knight will find 2 final blows already, and it only takes one fight for them to win this one out. They may even get the card here.
What's tragic is, in that instance when we lost Rock, the thing that we have in comparison with Air Force is they can surround, they can swing wide and take that entire coastline. We didn't have that happening from Army because they had May, but they are swapping over to the Cassidy, and Cass, if your tank is taking too much damage, throw the Hinder. Hinder man is here.
Yeah, you can throw the Hinder, or you can maybe sniff out a Somber from trying to kind of translocate out of their butts. Meanwhile, EMP is available, Sound Barrier available, Transcendence, Annihilation, and Overclock all on its way. Army West Point, though, down 2 ultimates. Valkyrie's not coming up anytime soon. Deadeye's not coming up anytime soon. So Army West Point's going to have to play down maybe 5-3 if you're looking at just check marks coming up just alone. Your Annihilation available for Arduous Disc could very well use it. We'll use it with a great Vortex as well. The Ravenous Vortex with 3 inside it, and it's just not even going to be needed here as Arduous Disc gets 3 down, and it's a full house for this Air Force team. And in just 2 fights alone, they've got themselves 2 points.
Truth be told, when we saw that Vortex go down and so many were pulled into it, I was like, oh, Annihilation's coming in. It wasn't even needed, like you said, because that EMP was massive. We do see a huge ante come out, but unfortunately, because Army is not running any sort of speed composition or spam, they cannot claim space to capitalize on the nade. It's just going to have to go back on cooldown. Doesn't get any ult charge either. Overclock is procced, and Space Walrus for Air Force. Finally, we see eliminations coming down, but Destroyer is quickly taken out and spooned.
Yeah, and Arduous Disc is going to throw hands here with this Nemesis form already. They're just going to throw hands left and right, although outside of Nemesis form, you can still do some damage with it. So this payload getting a lot of free space, creating free space now, and Annihilation still not used by Arduous Disc. It is 4 check marks here for the Falcons of Air Force. Army West Point need to find something. Their answer, maybe the Symmetra, trying to put the turrets, I guess, on either end of this archway. See if they can stop this Army West Point team. So here we go. There's all the turrets up above for right now. Somber's just got to destroy your backline, but State Mode is actually able to get Raisuku out of it, and now the Annihilation from Rock, they're just going to run right on up to them and find 3 kills with the Annihilation. And it's big news for them. They finally get the fence up.
The pendulum is starting to swing back in their favor, but the one thing that you should be worried about is we dedicated Nano and Rampage to them. What did Air Force do? They said, okay, let's hit our S keys, no support ultimates, let them have this fight, let's come back. No ults have been dropped, they're waiting on this EMP to come online, and the only response is going to be Valkyrie from Mulan as far as Army West Point goes.
Let's see, Valkyrie's going to get popped out here for Mulan, 86% from Raizuku's EMP. They might not even need it. Here is Mulan's able to still get the res up, and Stain Mode gets rid of Raizuku again. Stain Mode might just be the answer to get rid of this Sombra entirely right now, as now it's going to be the Battle Mercy. Oh boy, not even in Valkyrie mode, by the way. Just shoots the Glock away, and we'll get another final blow. Mulan feeling a little bloodthirsty as Army sends it back again.
Stay Mold, 66% on Photon Barrier, but everything for Air Force is online. Perhaps we'll see EMP held onto for Photon Barrier in particular, but in all honesty, I'm not positive pocketing any ultimate here for Air Force is what they need to do. They can hit that W key and just dive anybody at this point.
5 ultimates online. Army West Point not a single check mark on their board. They could win this one out here depending on the stall game. They're going to go all the way upstairs. Space Wizards able to take care of Mulan. Annihilation may not even be used. In fact, no ultimate so far except for the overclock here. Now they're going to throw in the EMP just for security. So both of the DPS ults used as the payload moves in. They could have 3 on card and complete this. Is there going to be any kind of Lucio, some kind of speed to get in? I don't think anybody touches here in the final meter left to go. The Warrior does get a touch on, and here we go. There's a chance that Army could bring this all the way back. However, Sound Barrier is going to be used. Transcendent, Sound Barrier, and Annihilation used all at the same time. Just the amount of damage, the amount of craziness going on. And Army West Point will have no chances to take this one all the way down unless some kind of miracle can happen with this Photon Barrier. Round and round they will go just to help out, but in Nemesis form, the punches will go through that barrier. It don't even matter. Air Force showing up here in the second map. They go uno, dos, adios, completing Circuit Royale. 2:07 on the clock.
All right, once again, Mulan, as much as I love the Battle Mercy and pulling out the Glock, I don't believe the Mercy was worth it. Even if, as Zenyatta, as someone who's converted to the ways of Zenyatta, even if you don't think you can land your volleys, land your shots, what have you, that Discord Orb is so powerful. Honestly, it's worth it. It looks like we are having some connection issues, so that happens. Servers like to crash. It's no big deal. Perhaps they even lost power. It's happened before. I've seen gas alarms go off. I've also seen fire alarms go off, but I digress. Nonetheless, the Mercy play. In this meta, I do not think it is the way to go. Unless you have a god on the sticks when it comes to a DPS player, just don't. Your utility needs to be more than just I can res someone every 20 seconds, and that utility comes in the form of damage. Now, the other thing that a lot of people are noticing here is this Zen Lucio comp. There was a time of day where at the beginning of Overwatch 2, we had the double flex support meta of Zen Brigitte. I loved it. It was so much fun. It was disgusting at the same time. I actually had fun on Brig. Like I said, you get the aura, you get the Harmony Orb from your Zen, and you go crazy. But now we're seeing this variation with that Lucio Zenyatta, and it's not so much that we're running double flex. It is we're still running a double main support. We are running a main support and what we would otherwise referred to not so much as a flex, but an aim support. Someone who provides damage, can help identify targets, and then the follow-up kill can come from that Lucio, and if your Zen needs help, your Lucio can backtrack, speed boost them out, amp speed on them, but your Zen can play really far away. And so, yeah, it's not our traditional flex and main support. It is just two overtly dominant supports that provide a disgusting amount of utility in the form of amp speed, amp heal, and also Orb of Discord. And then the ability to have double CC support ults, the Transcendence plus a beat. Even if your team's anti, beat's gonna survive. If it's something else, you use trance. It's gross, and I like it right now, but you need to make adjustments around that. These are the two supports that a lot of teams are running right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of adjustments that need to be made, at least for Army's side at the moment. Although they did make an adjustment back on our Arctic Peninsula with that 199 turnaround, and obviously with that 100-0. But this is not Control; it is Escort, and the kind of scenarios change up a little bit when we get to it, especially on a map like Circuit Royale with just so many different elevation changes. But with that being said, we will take a break, I guess, real quickly, because there is a little bit something going on. You saw some disconnections going on. We'll try to figure that all out. So while we do that, we will take a break, and when we come back, we'll see if we can get this match going underway. Army on the attacking side. When we come back, this is the CECC Service Academy Qualifiers presented by ZipShare right here on Esports U2.
Making history at CECC. And there it is! Both placements online and Dip will take it home. What a game.
Take a victory lap, take a bow, and take the headsets off and start to yell.
Racers, are we ready? Yes. Are we ready for the ZipShare Gaming Esports U 2023 Arlington ZipShare commemorative race? I don't know why it's commemorative. It is now. They're going to race all the way down and all the way back. The first winner is the CECC May Madness Texas 2023 ZipShare Racing Champion. In 3, 2, 1, go! Oh, Smooth cheated! Smooth cheated! That's a false start from Smooth, but he's actually still barely in the lead. Things looking a little bit rough, but it looks like Guac catches in. Tony swings in. Angela's so excited she threw her phone straight onto the ground. Smooth hurtling back. Earl's camera is probably going to get hit. Hold on. I'm here to play defense if we need it. Okay, we're good. Smooth catches it. Yeah, that's an immediate disqualification. That's a DQ. The fans are furious. You hate to see it. Everybody's angry.
making history at CECC. And there it is! Both platforms online and dip will take it home. What a game.
Take a victory lap, take a bow, and take the headsets off and start to yell.
Racers, are we ready? Are we ready for the Zip Chair Gaming Esports U 2023 Arlington Zip Chair commemorative race? I don't know why it's commemorative. It is now. They're going to race all the way down and all the way back. The first winner is the CECC May Madness Texas 2023 Zip Chair Racing Champion. In 3, 2, 1, go! Oh, Smooth cheated! Smooth cheated! That's a false start from Smooth, but he's actually still barely in the lead. Things looking a little bit rough, but it looks like Guac catches in. Tony swings in. Angela's so excited she threw her phone straight onto the ground. Smooth hurtling back. Earl's camera is probably going to get hit. Hold on. I'm here to play defense if we need it. Okay, we're good. Smooth catches it. Yeah, that's an immediate disqualification. That's a DQ. The fans are furious. You hate to see it. Everybody's angry.
Making history at CECC. And there it is! Both platforms online and dip will take it home. What a game.
Take a victory lap, take a bow, and take the headsets off and start to yell.
Welcome back, everybody, here from the break. A little bit of a disconnection issue from the Air Force Academy, but they are back and they are ready to go after a great round. 3 points, 2 minutes and 7 seconds on the clock in their time bank. And meanwhile, Army West Point looking to go ahead and bring this back to their side. They turned it around back on the Antarctic Peninsula, but now they're trying to turn things around here on Circuit Royale after a great attacking phase. And now they are, for Army West Point's side, maybe this is a bait, maybe this isn't, but you were asking for the Winston earlier? Will we get it this time? Because it's already being shown.
Perhaps. I mean, we also have the Genji. We have Mulan back on this Mercy still, committing to the beam. We'll have to see how that one works out. We have Sojourn, Soldier 76 on the side of Air Force, still sticking with the Ramatra as well. I love me some Ramatra. Remember, Winston changes not even this season. I believe it was last season. We have true damage Winston. I love it. Is it scary? Yes. However, Winston trying to dive into a Lucio who has boop, gets instant discorded. Sojourn has slide. Soldier 76 runs the heck away. Ramatra might get a little bit damaged, but again, Orb of Harmony, Lucio Aura should be okay. These engages have to be on point and perfect for West Army Point.
For those of you just joining us, we welcome you to the CECC Service Academy Qualifier presented by ZipShare. Clutch King and Nerdybeard with you on the call for this matchup. Army and Air Force right now. Army leads the series 1-0. Air Force looking to tie things up already. Arduous Disc with the Nemesis form. May not take care of Destroyer, but that's traded off for State Mold. Taking care of Space Wizards. So support for support. But in the meanwhile, tonight able to take care of one in the back line. So this is trade after trade here, but CM Spoon is able to find 2 final blows with this Widowmaker, make it a third here as the Ramatra. All they can do is just run away with their lives and no more Nemesis forms to play with either.
Mulan was not only providing healing for Rock, but also was damage boosting in that moment. So 71% to Primal Rage. We use Sleep. There's a Brig swap as well from the Space Wizard. We saw this earlier on King's Row. It can be great, but again, true damage on Winston. These flails need to be on point to knock him off. However, Brig being away from the Zen, if Winston Genji go, that's bad news.
Good healing from the side of Army West Point to keep this Widowmaker up, especially with Raizuku getting the virus and the hack on as well. There's a good sleep dart, but CM Spoon in a lot of trouble yet again, though. Will get healed by the team. And now the Nemesis form punches have to go on, but look at Rock diving into the back line. That's 3 players dead, and the Primal Rage is out just to knock away. Army West Point needed to turn around. How about a 5-minute time bank to work with to get to the second point?
Man, scouts out the Sombra. She doesn't make it away. It looked like we had, for a moment, Vintage Knight and actually swapped over to Reaper. Decided it wasn't worth it and swaps back to Sojourn. Arduous Disc going back to the bread and butter play of Diva. Interested to see how this works out. Counter Dive is now the name of the game, especially because we have Sombra online. Will Sombra be able to find these hacks? We're coming up online with Blade and almost Nano, but Blade and Valk should be enough if Rock goes in as well.
Good sleep dart on the Deeper for right now. That's also a good Bionate to save them off. No Kiriko to cleanse that to allow them to rush right on in. Brigida is out for Space Wizards to try to counter this out. Or maybe the Genji out for right now, but there's the dive, there's the command to go. And now Rock does go down, but not before that Orb of Discord is out of play as Phoenix does go down in the meanwhile. So do they want to push this or do they want to recover from it? Mulan getting a little bloodthirsty with the Glock is able to take care of Raizuku. So the Mercy taking care of the Sombra is something I never thought I'd utter here, but that allows the rest of Army West Point to push on up despite having the tank in play.
Tragically, Winston dying there could have been mitigated had there been a full commit with Rock, Genji, and Mercy, but then they let Winston out to dry. Arduous Disc is trying for an opportunity to get one more, and we do see Nanoblade used from Stay Mold. That's gonna pick up one, and a deflect kill onto another, and finally the slash onto Phoenix. Deflect kills, it's always like, okay, who shot the Genji?
That was the Widowmaker, actually. I think the Widowmaker tried a few shots onto the deflect. Unfortunately, was low enough that only 1 or 2 bullets from those secondary fire could do something. So Raizuku's got to think twice about trying to shoot into this Genji right now. Air Force with all the advantages. 4 minutes and 43 seconds. The differential right now, 2 minutes and 33 seconds and counting here for this Army West Point team to get the better time. In fact, won't get it done right now as Raizuku's able to take care of Stade Mold. They'll try to res around the corner, and Mulan is able to pull this off somehow, some way. Gets the res onto Stade Mold, and Stade Mold is back inside of this game, making it 5v5 yet again on the fight. Around the corner they will go, gets rid of the Venomine at the very least. They're trying to dive right on this Widowmaker, trying to get away. Do you have enough healing to do so? The Stade Mold gets rid of Raizuku TV, gets deflected on one shot, and then we'll use the shurikens to get rid of the rest of the health bars. And now this Diva falling oh so low. They're trying the counter dive. The counter dive might not be working out, though, in their favor. Self-destruct comes out from Arduous Disc. We'll get back into the mech. Rock on over to the Zarya now to counter out this Diva. Now they get the trade-off, though. Raizuku's able to get rid of CM Spoon, but yet again, Mulan's right there to get the res up as we go into the final home stretch. They switch on over to the Doomfist instead, but that's slept. Power block is still on, and now the Graviton Surge is there. You can't escape from this, my friend. You cannot go anywhere you want to. As Vintage Knight is also going on with the overclock. Overclock hits. at least stay in mode, but Rock and Destroyer are both finding picks on their own. In the final meters left to go, just a couple left now. They have the rally just to stall. Isn't going to be enough. The cleanse to keep the Brigida alive, and this fight is still going on, and they're just going to back up.
This is the same, similar position to what we had in our first round of attack from Air Force. They struggled during this third point phase. The spawn is extremely close to our final checkpoint. However, it's the Doomfist Feast or Famine. We see Spoon go down early. Rez should be coming up online relatively soon. Wall's going to try and block off Rock. Not sure if it'll be enough, as we do see 2 go down. It was enough. Air Force is sustaining again, and we're getting close. Look at that time bake differential now.
Time back differential isn't going to match, especially at this point where the home stretch is just a stagger after stagger fight. This Genji can only run away for so long here. Genji will get back to the rest of the team, and man, this Mercy getting a lot of reses off, I will say, although the resurrections can only do so much just to get a team member back up, but the rest of the team is going to follow up after that. Yeah, that's not good news for you. The wall will go up just to survive, at least for the soldiers for right now. There's going to be the blade, the dragon blade. The nano boosts away. Is this going to find anything is the big question. It will slash away and dash away for one. How about a second one to get both of the support, and another dash to get rid of Vintage Knight, and Sustained Mold is just going to pop off. It's just the man, the cryo freeze left to go just to stay on this point. It will be a team wipe. They have the Moira swap for right now, but is it within distance for them to try this? It will be. The disruptor shot slows down the Brigida for just a little while. They'll switch on over a lot. Tracer, Moira, Brigida just to stay on this point. But CM, Spoon, Rock finding their picks, and Rock will find the Tracer as well. It's just the Doomfist left to go to play on this point. Blizzard is out to try to make a difference here, but it will not do so as all the picks start to fall now, and it's just the Lucio left to go to stall. The Timex may not be the same, but Army West Point goes uno, dos, adios, completing Circuit Royale, and we are headed to a second round of attacks on either side.
And just quick math, not happening. 28-second differential, not entirely a fight. Roughly you shoot for the 45 second differential. That gets you a guaranteed extra fight. In terms of Overwatch, we'll have to wait and see if that 20 seconds does make a huge difference. So we're taking a look at the coastline. No one has been booped off just yet on that far coastline. Are we going to see the Ramatra mirror compositions? No, right now we have Rock committing to the Winton. Monkey is coming in and is here to stay. Mulan still sticking with his Mercy as well. Don't know why during the final stall from Air Force we did not have a Kiriko come out. Instead we had the Lucio swap. I just think the Kiriko would have been advantageous for the cleanse, especially into, Kiriko come out from Army. Just because of the opportunity to cleanse the Mei ultimate would have been huge. Past tense is 2020 though.
Yeah, past tense always 2020, obviously, and you get to see what Army West Point decides to bring out. Now, they were playing that Winston like you were saying earlier. We'll see if this stays. State mode, by the way, what an impressive run towards that end there. Got 2 clips for potentially play of the game. CM Spoon trying to search out for anything, but they do have the Sigma standard at the very least now to counter that out. For right now, is it going to be enough? Because you do not have the long range of the Winston, or the Widowmaker, excuse me, or the Hanzo to try to counter this out, but especially against the dive competition may not be the best idea, and what may not be the best idea either is peeking out, especially it seems Swoon gets an opening pick. That's the go button. The green light is on, and Army West Point is just going to run right into them, taking care of the supports, taking care of the DPS, and all Archer's Disc can do is run away and try to stay alive.
At this point, you're staggering yourself into just commit on dying on point a little too late, and Rock might just dive up this hill as well. Has Mercy, Into, as well as Genji. There's 3 people there, 4 people, not worth it anymore. However, I'm scared of, okay, Arduous does swap over to the Orisa, never mind Diva, but we've already had the Bapti swap. Bap can sustain Diva, but needs to be careful in this instance so Disc does not go down out of Toki too soon. I think the Sig play with the Moira just was not in for Air Force.
Definitely wasn't in this case. 2 minutes left to go. Somebody's got to touch it. They want to contest this point. 0.98 meters left. They're going to try to force it out, but as the Diva tries to go down, the Winston will go upstairs, will hop up, and State Mode is able to take advantage. Primal Rage already available for Rock just to clear out this point. Swing away, if you will. And the Monkey is in mad mode. The Monkey will try to get anything that he can. State Mode already to 90%. May is just trying to run away with their lives. Point does get captured in the meanwhile. That's the final meter to give them that 4 points and the reset on the card for right now. Time doesn't reset, though, so 2 seconds left to go. They still have enough to play with as they will push on this cart. 3 on cart, though, as the meters keep rolling on.
Genji's going to be the one to push forward, finally has Mercy with him as well. We're coming up on this Valkyrie as well as Blade. Infrared sights, I mean, you get information, pops them early. No ults to speak of just yet for Air Force. We might have Amplification Matrix as well as Overclock. Ryazaku has gotten Mei ults online very fast, so we could see 3 ults in tow if this engage takes too long from Army West Point.
Let's see here. There's going to be the Blade out. Sound barrier's out. That's an early sound barrier as well. So if you're Stayed Mold, you're happy with this result for right now. You could Blade here and make a good result of it at the moment. And there's the Blade not used just yet. Valkyrie used by Mulan right now. The hold off for it is because they've got a lot to work with here, especially getting 2 kills, hopping onto the Lucio as well. They're not even going to need it here. Overtime clock is starting to is already started, and they can't get off the cart, but they're still not off the cart, and they're going to keep moving along, probably to a 5th point here.
Alright, so Clutchkey, you've heard me say it before, beating first is never good because beat is so powerful. And we saw Air Force earlier beat for aggression, but doing it now into an equally matched team is very detrimental. As we have Mulan and Rock both go down to Vincent, and there's the Mei ult, there's the Blade, Nano Destroyer gone. That's the end of the round with 4 points capped.
Wow. They're just going to use a lot of ultimates right before that 5th point. That's not to say that that attack wasn't impressive either. It's 93 meters for Air Force, or rather I should say 90.17 meters here for the Army West Point team. Gives themselves a great distance, a great push into their only attack phase that they will get. 2:07 plus overtime, essentially, for Air Force to push this one up around the turn, all the way up the hill, and somehow get it to that golden box, trying to complete 5 points, essentially. But man, oh man, what an attack from Army West Point. The dive working out well in their favor before that blizzard and everything came out.
Air Force pulling back out this Ramacha. Rock once again. Okay, so the variant this time with Army West Point is they have the Sojourn and the Ash. They're gonna counterbalance not having Discord with the Mercy, but Destroyer, who got a little power hungry.
Is that the way
earlier
we're putting
today.
it? Power hungry?
Yes. We found Destroyer getting more eliminations than we believe as casters in any game scenario should be finding without getting punished. I'm afraid if that creeps through it all here, especially because it's like, oh, my DPS have a Mercy pocket, I only need to look at my Sigma. And you just decide to look to the left of your Sigma and shoot someone else instead while your Sigma is begging for heals as an already used hands. That's what worries me. But we have Space Wars once again on this Moira. I don't know. Sometimes we see these character picks that come out that we saw earlier that we know didn't work out. We're trying them again. Makes me concerned.
Let's see, Air Force, if they can make their way on up. Remember, they had 2:07 to start this one off. Can they make something of a similar time mag? They were able to push Army West Point all the way back to that 2nd point and basically winning all the fights except for towards that final point. They don't need to get there this time. They only need to get to that golden box that is right before that 2nd point capture. 90 seconds left to go on the clock. Good accretion to stop the Ramacha. The Ramacha somehow still alive, but CM Spoon will find the head of Vintage Knights. Sojourn Mirror Battle being won there. That was just a backup scenario here. You've only got a minute and 10 seconds left to go. They're just playing right around the corner here.
Acoustic sees the accretion, is forced to put hands up, and out of Nemesis form almost immediately, getting too low for comfort. Spoon gets eliminated too. We're not claiming the wide space for Army West Point along that coastline, and their Mercy as well as Spoon will get punished for it.
Phoenix is able to get Mulan too, so that's the Resurrection gone, or the Resurrection used, but no big healing coming either. You've only got an Orb of Discord to work with at this point. Raizuku around the corner is able to find Stayed Mode thanks to the infra site being used. We'll find another headshot to roll. And over the shield, could have found another one, but it's not going to happen for right now. Just trying to find a little bit more. Why not? How about a 3rd headshot for Raizuku TV? The sharpshooter play as Air Force will capture the 2nd point, but it's still 30 seconds plus another overtime to work with.
Ash is scared, and I understand why. He's going to use Coach Gun to disengage, but the understanding of we saw Air Force fix it, which is claiming that wide swing space. Yeah, you don't have a Sigma to do it, but your Ramacha can take care of it nonetheless. And they did it. It worked out fabulously. We're coming up on Gravitic Flux, Bob, Valve, all for Army West Point. We do see they get Ryazuku down as they instigate the Gravitic Flux onto point, and 2 are gone.
Transcendence just comes up a little bit too late. This is going to have to be staying powered. They're going to have the Coalescence and the Transcendence to play alongside with it. There's a Coalescence out, but it might be too little too late. Here is Rock and Stain both finding their picks, and Air Force tried their very best to make this one a 3-map game. Unfortunately, for the final round of the round robin, Army West Point gives us only 2 maps. And going into the best of 3, they are the number 1 seed. We will see this matchup one more time, but instead, Army goes in and rolling along with the number 1 seed.
Take a look at the play of the game. This was that Nano Blade that we saw come to fruition near almost the parking spot, but not quite. This Genji Blade was massive. Love to see it. Also, if you're on the receiving end, I apologize. Nonetheless, I just put the Mercy away.
You're gonna have a gripe with this Mercy all day long, huh? It's just the Mercy.
Any
gripe.
Mercies? Like I said, I love Mercy. I'm a Mercy enjoyer, but I understand when the meta is just not in your favor. It's not worth it. The value provides just not there, and I know that these players don't just play Mercy. They have skills on other heroes. Use those other heroes and make the swap sooner. Don't say I'm here to beam and resurrect. Maybe do some Battle Mercy in there, because you're Battle Mercying in Valk. That means you're waiting until your ultimate. If you're just Zenyatta, you're just doing damage. And then you have a healing ability. That's just how it works.
Yep, so overall there for the ending of game number 1, I guess you could say, because it was only game number 1, really. We go into series number 2, a.k.a. the finals, to determine which team gets the spot into CECC Texas, but 2-0 in favor of Army. That's not to say that that is not the storyline. 2-0, although 99% for Air Force back on Icebreaker on Antarctic Peninsula, and Circuit Royale 5-4. I mean, we went as far as it probably could have with that entire scenario and all the ultimates being popped out at the end on both sides. So overall, great matchup, and we're going to get to see this one more time. So when we come back, we take the break. It's the finals, Army versus Air Force for the 1 spot in the Service Academy spot when we head to Texas in early May. You're watching the CECC Service Academy qualifiers right here on Esports U2.
Making history at CECC. And there it is! Both platforms online, and Dip will take it home. What a game.
Take a victory lap, take a bow, and take the headsets off and start to yell.
Racers, are we ready?
Yes.
Are we ready for the Zip Chair Gaming Esports U 2023 Arlington Zip Chair commemorative race? I don't know why it's commemorative. It is now. They're going to race all the way down and all the way back. The first winner is the CECC May Madness Texas 2023 Zip Chair Racing Champion. In 3, 2, 1, go! Oh, Smooth cheated! Smooth cheated! That's a false start from Smooth, but he's actually still barely in the lead. Things looking a little bit rough, but it looks like Guac catches in. Tony swings in. Angela's so excited she threw her phone straight onto the ground. Smooth hurtling back. Earl's camera is probably going to get hit. Hold on. I'm here to play defense if we need it. Okay, we're good. Smooth catches it. Yeah, that's an immediate disqualification. That's a DQ. The fans are furious. You hate to see it. Everybody's angry. Racers, are we ready?
Yes.
Are we ready for the Zip Chair Gaming Esports U 2023 Arlington Zip Chair commemorative race? I don't know why it's commemorative. It is now. They're going to race all the way down and all the way back. The first winner is the CECC May Madness Texas 2023 Zip Chair Racing Champion. In 3, 2, 1, go! Oh, Smooth cheated! Smooth cheated! That's a false start from Smooth, but he's actually still barely in the lead. Things looking a little bit rough, but it looks like Guac catches in. Tony swings in. Angela's so excited she threw her phone straight onto the ground. Smooth hurtling back. Earl's camera is probably going to get hit. Hold on. I'm here to play defense if we need it. Okay, we're good. Smooth catches it. Yeah, that's an immediate disqualification. That's a DQ. The fans are furious. You hate to see it. Everybody's angry.
Making history at CECC. And there it is! Both platforms online and Dip will take it home. What a game.
Take a victory lap, take a bow, and take the headsets off and start to yell.
Racers, are we ready?
Yes.
Are we ready for the Zip Chair Gaming Esports U 2023 Arlington Zip Chair commemorative race? I don't know why it's commemorative. It is now. They're going to race all the way down and all the way back. The first winner is the CECC May Madness Texas 2023 Zip Chair Racing Champion. In 3, 2, 1, go! Oh, Smooth cheated! Smooth cheated! That's a false start from Smooth, but he's actually still barely in the lead. Things looking a little bit rough, but it looks like Guac catches in. Tony swings in. Angela's so excited she threw her phone straight onto the ground. Smooth hurtling back. Earl's camera is probably going to get hit. Hold on. I'm here to play defense if we need it. Okay, we're good. Smooth catches it. Yeah, that's an immediate disqualification. That's a DQ. The fans are furious. You hate to see it. Everybody's angry.
Welcome back, everybody, inside of the booth here. Klutchke alongside Nerdy Bird with you. It is time for the finals of the CECC Service Academy Overwatch qualifiers presented by ZipChair. A spot for CECC Texas come May Madness. Early May is on the line right here in this first to three best of 5 series. And a game we want to watch out for here because, I mean, this has been a great series, even if the earlier game was a 2-0. These two teams fighting for that one ultimate spot when we get there. By the way, some updates as well over on the main station on Esports U. It is the CECC South regional qualifiers going on. 2 teams have already been determined to go right on into Texas later on this year in May. In Rocket League, Indian River State College defeats UT Arlington 4-3. So that game goes to all 7 there. So a great banger there, and our thanks to Chicksa as well as Bass for their calls. Overwatch, Winthrop University, as well as Converse University with Jag and Captain Otsoka there, 3-0 in favor of Winthrop University, and Winthrop with a lot of well-known names out there, including players like Tree, Sam Kalush, and Ultraviolet, all out there with that Winthrop University team. Number 1 in the Okra rankings, by the way, that was recently released. So that team a staple and one to watch out for. We will see them in Arlington come up in early May as well. Other games going on later today, or actually very soon, it will be Super Smash Brothers with Winthrop taking on UT Arlington, and then in Valorant it is Winthrop taking on Converse Nightblood Gaming. So it is Winthrop essentially in 3 out of the 4 games. It could have been Winthrop in all 4, but they don't have the Rocket League team according to Bass. So we will see if Winthrop can complete 3 out of the 4, or if it is Winthrop's to lose for the other 2 matches in Super Smash Brothers and Valorant. Meanwhile, right here in the Service Academy side, number 1 seed overall is the Army team, and let's take a look at let's take a look at Army's roster first. Yes, as the number 1 seed, CM, Spoon, Stade Mold, Destroyer, Shiz, and Rock. The same thing goes throughout the entire thing, and actually. I'll make an update real quickly. Back to the CEC South, it is Winthrop taking on Blinn, but regardless there, we go on to, that's Army West Point's roster. This is the roster that does so well and had a really good game for them. But meanwhile, Air Force is the team that is trying to make the comeback here, and Air Force rosters we will get to in a couple of moments. But Army's roster so far, Artie, has been pretty dang good, despite maybe a little bit slower of a start in the beginning of each map, but they find a way to turn it on its head.
I think it's because they're a little more methodical than other teams. We've seen minor composition changes and they work out. They're slow to start, yes, but typically it's because they're like, okay, we're not on the right comp. We'll try to make it work for now and we'll make a swap when we die, which is what we are seeing. So that slow fight, if they win it, it's okay, dump ults, get ready to swap because we're going to get team wiped in the 3rd fight anyway. And they're ready to make adjustments on the fly. They're prepared. It's just we're seeing the fallback of some players across the board, which is it didn't work, but I'm still going to do it. Specifically on Circuit Royale, we saw a lot of the same picks that initially when we went through the first round, because we did it twice over, did not work. At the beginning of the 2nd round for both teams that they went on attack again, it was the same thing, and then they ended up swapping nonetheless, and you lose ult charge, you lose progression. It's not worth it. If it didn't work the first time, odds are it won't work the 2nd time. Let's not try again. Let's actually go to the full comp that we had that ended up being successful. With that being said, do we know first point is going to be control?
Yes.
Historically, we have had, I'm looking at notes right now.
All right, so before we get to our control map here in just a couple of moments, Air Force's roster you just saw on the screen there, and a good couple of players as well wants to watch out for there will be, if you can pull up the roster, producer, one more time, just so that we can get that look at it one more time as we were talking over it. Kenny Naya, Phoenix, Arduous Disc is the name of actually Vintage Knight, as well as Space Wizard will be your lineup, although I believe we did have that sub earlier on between these two teams, so it is Raisuku that will go in for Kenny Naya. In for the Air Force team. But in the meanwhile, let's talk about this because we did get it behind the scenes and hand on Temple already for Nerdy Bird already, just trying to decide it. Now, again, this is the number 1 seed overall, so it would be Army getting the pick. They still do the bans. Either way, they get 1 ban each. Army ban, then Air Force ban, and then Army picks overall. But the first map, you were talking about it, something as far as the map pool that we have seen the entire day, right? We've seen Lijiang Tower, we've seen Nepal, we've seen the 2 staples, we've seen Antarctic Peninsula, one of the second newest map in control. But we go to the newest map in the entire pool of control, and we are headed to Samoa.
Okay, so when we were discussing during our finals before we came into Grands, what maps we might see for control, especially during our break time that you and I had to discuss, especially with production. Samoa, I was like, it could work, especially because now we know that Rock is comfortable on not only, the Reinhardt, not just the Zarya, but on the JQ and Ramatra. I would have banned Samoa. I would have been like, look, we played Antarctic Peninsula during our first series, so obviously this team scrims the new maps. They're not afraid of them. Ban Samoa. JQ is powerful on Samoa. Yes, on Coconut Mall. Yes, it's Mall, but I call it Coconut Mall. Is not the easiest one to do JQ on, but the other ones, JQ can work great. Reinhardt can work great. I'm scared. That is all I can say. I am scared, and because even though the current state of the game heavily relies on your DPS, if Rock is left to do what Rock wants to do, this game's going to go by fast, at least for control, in my opinion.
Well, the Rock is going to be on Samoa here in a couple of moments, but actually it seems like there is a little bit of a tech pause and a tech issue going on, so we set it up, but when we come back, we're going to take a little bit of a break. We go into the game of Samoa, and we will go to see who gets to the first of three. Our series begins after this short break. You are watching the CECC Service Online Qualifiers presented by ZipChair right here on Esports U2.
Making history at CECC. And there it is! Both platforms online and Dip will take it home. What a game.
Take a victory lap, take a bow, and take the headsets off and start to yell.
Racers, are we ready?
Yes.
Are we ready for the ZipChair Gaming Esports U 2023 Arlington ZipChair commemorative race? I don't know why it's commemorative. It is now. They're going to race all the way down and all the way back. The first winner is the CECC May Madness Texas 2023 ZipChair Racing Champion. In 3, 2, 1, go! Oh, Smooth cheated! Smooth cheated! That's a false start from Smooth, but he's actually still barely in the lead. Things looking a little bit rough, but it looks like Guac catches in. Tony swings in. Angela's so excited she threw her phone straight onto the ground. Smooth hurtling back. Earl's camera is probably going to get hit. Hold on. I'm here to play defense if we need it. Okay, we're good. Smooth catches it. Yeah, that's an immediate disqualification. That's a DQ. The fans are furious. You hate to see it. Everybody's angry.
Making history at CECC. And there it is! Both platforms online and Dip will take it home. What a game.
Take a victory lap, take a bow, and take the headsets off and start to yell.
Racers, are we ready? Yes. Are we ready for the Zip Chair Gaming Esports U 2023 Arlington Zip Chair commemorative race? I don't know why it's commemorative. It is now. They're going to race all the way down and all the way back. The first winner is the CECC May Madness Texas 2023 Zip Chair Racing Champion. In 3, 2, 1, go! Oh, Smooth cheated! Smooth cheated! That's a false start from Smooth, but he's actually still barely in the lead. Things looking a little bit rough, but it looks like Guac catches in. Tony swings in. Angela's so excited she threw her phone straight onto the ground. Smooth hurtling back. Earl's camera is probably going to get hit. Hold on. I'm here to play defense if we need it. Okay, we're good. Smooth catches it. Yeah, that's an immediate disqualification. That's a DQ. The fans are furious. You hate to see it. Everybody's angry. Racers, are we ready? Are we ready for the Zip Chair Gaming Esports U 2023 Arlington Zip Chair commemorative race? I don't know why it's commemorative. It is now. They're going to race all the way down and all the way back. The first winner is the CECC May Madness Texas 2023 Zip Chair Racing Champion. In 3, 2, 1, go! Oh, Smooth cheated! Smooth cheated! At the false start from Smooth, but he's actually still barely in the lead. Things looking a little bit rough, but it looks like Guac catches in. Tony swings in. Angela's so excited she threw her phone straight onto the ground. Smooth hurtling back. Earl's camera is probably going to get hit. Hold on. I'm here to play defense if we need it. Okay, we're good. Smooth catches it. Yeah, that's an immediate disqualification. That's a DQ. The fans are furious. You hate to see it. Everybody's angry.
Making history at CECC. And there it is! Both platforms online and dip will take it home. What a game.
Take a victory lap, take a bow, and take the headsets off and start to yell.
Racers, are we ready? Are we ready for the Zip Chair Gaming Esports U 2023 Arlington Zip Chair commemorative race? I don't know why it's commemorative. It is now. They're going to race all the way down and all the way back. The first winner is the CECC May Madness Texas 2023 Zip Chair Racing Champion. In 3, 2, 1, go! Oh, Smooth cheated! Smooth cheated! At the false start from Smooth, but he's actually still barely in the lead. Things looking a little bit rough, but it looks like Guac catches in. Tony swings in. Angela's so excited she threw her phone straight onto the ground. Smooth hurtling back. Earl's camera is probably going to get hit. Hold on. I'm here to play defense if we need it. Okay, we're good. Smooth catches it. Yeah, that's an immediate disqualification. That's a DQ. The fans are furious. You hate to see it. Everybody's angry.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the CECC Service Academy Qualifiers, the Overwatch Finals, right here on Esports U2. Clutchkey alongside Nerdy Bird with you as we head into the map pick of Samoa. The first time we will see this the entire day, the only day we've had the Overwatch Qualifiers here, but the Black Knights of Army West Point and the Falcons of Air Force looking for that one spot into CECC Texas coming up in early May from May 3rd through 5th. Which one of these two teams will get that Service Academy spot is determined right now as we get into the game here on Samoa, taking a look at the compositions. We'll talk about those in a second and which team perseveres off of it as we're already into the first fight now. Immortality Field is now used. Kazuku's able to slow down Destroyer and take him out of the process. Now it's just a battle here. The EMP is out, or rather not EMP, the hack is out onto Phoenix. Vintage Knight is able to take care of Rock to the tank for the support player who's going to win out in the end. Air Force is able to win their first spot on the point.
So looking at Beach, we've chosen to go with a May and Tracer. I like Vintage on Tracer. The Sigma comp is somehow working. I anticipated Rock, honestly, to walk out on JQ. So instead we committed to this Winston play. I don't know if the monkey is what you really need or want in this situation. Is true damage worth it? Perhaps as we have the first hack go out onto May, she gets virus, but she's not going to get eliminated.
Well, they are going to get eliminated now. Two simultaneous final blows there from Stayed Mode and Destroyer. No EMP available, just sits running right onto the point and getting rid of the Lucio here as well. And the hack is on, and Army West Point will turn it right around. Air Force gets 39%, but Army's going to get it right back.
Typically that 40 cusp mark is where you want to be looking. So they are in a healthy situation as far as percentile range goes. We're going to be coming up on that Primal Rage as well as Tree of Life and Blade for Army West Point. On the opposite side, we've got Pulse Bomb as well as Blizzard, maybe Space, but Wizard will end up getting Beat online as well. Pulse is out of the question though as we see the Virus Hack combo onto Vintage Knight. They are gone and Winston's pressing forward.
Pressing forward, and Raizuka's already out of the fight here, and no fade away from the Mora either. They're just going to push this one all the way up. They will take the lead percentage-wise. Sigma's out and about, just trying to stay up here. And really good pressure on from Army West Point thus far. And now you're going to have a couple of ultimates to work with Tree of Life. Included with a Primal Rage and a Blade. The Blade that's been so good as of late here from Stayed Mode within that Circuit Royale map. And this is just map number 1 of game number 3 here too. So this is finals right now. Blade's gonna get popped up. Blade gets popped away actually though. And so Space Wizard also using the sound barrier will help out. Air Force advantage here. Blizzard's also gonna force them all the way out. Nothing doing there with the Blizzard at the very least, but it still makes it a 5v4. And now the Winston in a whole lot of trouble here. Wall is up even inside of the Disruptor shot. It will go. Rocket's still able to find Raizuka in the meanwhile. And now there's going to be the hack. And the EMP gets 3 people, 2 supports, and 1 tank. And it's all but over here. That EMP makes the biggest of differences. It's final fight for Army.
Thanks, I needed
The only things we're having coming online for Army during this final fight, though, are going to be the Primal Rage as well as Tree of Life. Tree of Life can box people out of a zone. We also have Arduous Disc swapping over to the Roadhog. Perhaps looking to use Pigpen in conjunction with that hook to get some squishy eliminations. But we'll have Coalescence online as we see Stay Mold first gone for Army West Point.
That's a hook on Sustained Mode as well. What a hook there from the Roadhog right off the get-go. 98%, they do get somebody to touch for right now. There's going to be the teleport right away. They may not even need that help here. Arduous Disc as well as the Reaper of Vintage Knight swaps on over, and it's going to be big for them. So we'll see if they keep this composition as well, because this Winston into the Reaper may not be good news.
And as you mentioned it, Rock is swapping over to Zarya. We have Destroyer making the swap over to Ana. There is nothing to cleanse the Roadhog after Roadhog gets the ante, and plus the damage reduction, the damage on the healing reduction could be absolutely demolishing health lines for Air Force. We'll have to see as Ana overly aggressive into the front line. Destroyer, that was risky, but you're still alive somehow.
Still alive and got a lot of good damage on the nades right now, but they all kite it off. And Air Force able to back off. Could very well be final territory here, depending on the circumstances and how long this fight will last. But Phoenix is able to take care of Shiz. That's a really, really good pick for you. No hacks coming up. Mulan still has not used this Tree of Life. Still has it in hand, waiting for the right moment to do so, but holding it on to the final moments. We get into final fight territory, really on either end. Big fight here. Both sides. Air Force coming up on 2 ultimates with the Coalescence and a Samurai to use at any moment. Arduous Disc and Vintage Knight falling oh so low. Good thing you got a more there to heal you all the way up. Tree of Life now used by Mulan to see if that happens alongside a Coalescence. Samurai will help that out at the same time. A little bit of a bug. Yes, Coalescence is being used, by the way. Don't mistake that for anything else. There's going to be the Blizzard out and about that slows down and stops Rock in their place. And now it's just the rundown for the rest of the team. Yes, you do have the Ana left to go on point, but that Ana's only going to get the Lucio, and that is going to be it. Army West Point can't succeed in getting the 99% completion. It's Air Force this time that starts off the map on control. Samoa, they lead 1-0 for right now.
Okay, so we got to 99. Air Force got wiped, and then they come back. Army gets it to 99. Air Force, every ultimate in their pocket, doesn't even hit them, despite the amount of ults that were getting dropped from Army West Point. And now there it is. Rock, I wish you'd just done this on point 1. Because on Beach, JQ, on City Center, on downtown, this is what I refer to as Coconut Mall. It looks like it's a mall. This is Coconut Mall. I don't really, if you can avoid the high ground, play your half, play, you know, in line of sight of your supports, great. You get hooked by a Roadhog out of line of sight, not so great. You get turned into pulled pork. Perhaps Rock on this JQ, though, can force us into Volcano. Currently, Air Force wins Beach. Will they win City? Win the downtown map? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Rock making the swap to this JQ. I love me JQ, but I don't know if this enemy team's going to love you as much as I do.
It's too bad you can't get the Coconut Mall music. Too bad that's the Nintendo copyright on it. And we could play it right over as they started off. Both teams speed away. Army West Point trying their best to speed onto this point. Air Force is the first one on, though, at least towards the site. Stayed mode getting boosted up by this Mercy, and a great bionade onto Archer's Disc, who falls oh so low down to half. This is Phoenix having to focus up the healing, and Phoenix still finding a way to get shiz, but look at the health bars falling oh so low, and that bleed away along just with the damage that is from this Junker Queen doing oh so much right now. And that's a start here that you want from Army West Point. They get the first chunk of the point this time around.
The JQ is working, but Air Force is making some swaps, sticking with both the Mei. Nope, as I'm talking about it, Mei is gone. Phoenix is swapped over to this Ana as well. Tracer is back in play for Air Force. I'm sure you can see how this works out. They have Torbjorn on the side of Army West Point, so Mei might not find value as the anti goes out, but Bolt Tank's dangerously low.
And Shiz through the wall. Shiz gets rid of the wall and says peekaboo with Raizuku, so the Mei wall down and out. Here is Vintage Knight can't really get an opening to go for here. Nothing really to dive in this situation because everybody's up. Everybody's got a good play here. They've missed a sleep dart here. Destroyer, though. Destroyer's been one of those where you got to be a little bit careful how you play, but Destroyer says, nah, I'm just going to go in. I know my team's got me here. Good confidence in the rest of the team as well. There's some Torbjorn turn to make sure that Tracer escapes away for right now. Javelin throw misses. There's the turret out and about for right now, so that's going to allow Vintage Knight to at least be good for a little while. The Javelin throw stops the Rampage. It stops the Rampage entirely, but they still get enough damage out of it anyways on an out-of-boosted Junker Queen. It's a good stop, but it's not going to be enough. It's 58% and rolling. Army West Point keeps this going.
And we have the Resurrect come online. You were talking about it. Vintage Knight, you're struggling on this Mei. You have spam, you have icicles. Unfortunately, we're swapping off the Orisa in favor of the Diva. No complaints here from me, but honestly, someone, and it cannot be Vintage Knight, needs to focus down the turret. Otherwise, Vintage Knight can't get in, can't do damage, can't deal with Destroyer. Really destroy the turret, let Vintage go in, start distracting the Ana, and then your rest of the team engages. Unfortunately, Ryuzuki TV is going to get eliminated early from a pull in from JQ.
Oh, but the pulse bomb counters that out right away, though. They find the opening finally with the turret gone. So Vintage Knight able to stick the pulse bomb onto Shiz. And now we got a little bit more of an even fight, if you will. Raizuku comes back. We'll have the Blizzard in hand. That Lucio fell oh so low, but is able to get back to the rest of the team in time. Soundberry and Nanoboost available at the same time. The Nanoboost goes on to the Diva to dive right on in. And now State Mode has to run away, trying to stay alive as long as possible. But Raizuku's able to take care of State Mode in the process. Dive in. Raizuku's able to find 2, and Air Force might be able to turn this alive here. 99-0. Doesn't this script sound a lot familiar?
Tracer's recall is forced, and yes, it does, because this is what we saw during our initial control map in our best of 3. The question is, right now, Air Force, are you going to take the second map? Is downtown yours, and we're moving on? And we're not going to see Volcano. I have no complaints if we don't see Volcano, but with Phoenix going down early, and you only have a Lucio, your Mail better be phenomenal. There's Wall, the Mail finally proc, self-destruct, Rampage, Molten Core, all thrown on the point.
All thrown on the point. Rock will get a kill on the Rampage. Blizzard's also going to do well too. Self-destruct is going to have to be big if Arduous Disc wants to save this here for Air Force. It's up. It's not going to find anything to sit down, though. The recall is able to find Destroyer. There's a chance in hell here for Air Force to bring this all the way back. No healing there. The Somber is just going to be on point just to stay there, but a lot of damage being poured out. And no, you cannot translocate away. False Bomb gets thrown, goes a little bit wide. Nothing there. Air Force continuing to stay on this point. The percentage is still being able to pull it out, but now it's just the game of stagger, and not even the Baby Diva can save you here. 58%. There's still some hope. Overtime clock is up and about. Kyoko protection Susu's out. They're not going to be able to touch the point. It is going to be someone here on point. It is the Somber from Raizuku, but I don't think the Lucio here makes it either. The overtime clock bleeds out, and we are headed to the final map on Samoa. And my oh my, the Volcano is where we end off our explosive map number 1.
Okay, so I have my complaints about Beach, which is everything's in a dish. I don't like that. But I get it. I don't know, for some reason, Volcano just really rubs me the wrong way. Maybe it's because I've ended up on the wrong side of the receiving end of a Rhine charge here before, more than once, because I'm stupid. But we have Air Force choosing to go with the Roadhog, JQ on the side of Army West Point. Now, what's going to be paramount here is these Mei players. The walling capability for either side, even against Ram. You wall off that tank with Mei, they blow up. If we don't see the wall resulting in an elimination, the other team's going to get walked on, because both have Lucios and will both have amp speed thereafter.
Let's see, speed boost all the way through. And this Mei wall is so pristine, trapping this team in from stayed mode. Arduous Disc can do nothing else but wait for the impending doom that follows. And now another Mei wall keeps the Reaper in for right now, but the Reaper able to reform away for the moment. A lot of people low on health, but is able to heal up. But Army West Point starts us off with the point for right now.
No ultimates for sure online, so to speak, but unfortunately Arduous Disc just now hitting that 10% mark of the early eliminations. Not something you want to see. Ramatra in net form. We have the Nano, well, the anti go on, and Rock goes down.
Rock goes down by the hands of the hook. Trying to block away, but you can't block a hook, my friend. You cannot just do that. Big Pen is triggered. Oh, is that? Oh, the Roadhog was so close, but he knocked off the map by Mulan. However, stays alive thanks to that little bump on the side. A little ledge. There's the wall for right now. Gets rid of the Pig Pen there. So just Air Force trying to find an opening. Have not been able to do so. Good hook, but even better sleep dart. What a sleep dart from Destroyer to make sure that that ground freeze isn't wasted for right now. Another good Mei wall keeps this team in. There's another hook that lands, and then Auto Boost actually moves off into the middle, and that Mei's not going to find anything for right now. Has to ground freeze, but doesn't even have that to stay alive. And so Air Force has a wide open play here. Good hook on the rock for right now. Just swinging away with the Carnage. Nothing doing there, and Air Force, what a retake here to get the point back.
Okay, but I'm going to round up bad math practices. I apologize. We're roughly at 60% for Army West Point. If they can claim this back and do it quickly, then it's final fight. They do have nearly 4 ults online, both DPS. They'll have Sound Barrier. Hopefully we don't see the similar mistake to earlier where Sound Barriers used to be aggressive from Space Wizard, because other team, you just hit the amp speed and go in the opposite direction. Beating second is always better. Vintage Knight looking for Death Blossom opportunity. Sees it, claims it with the wall.
Claims it. Good wall there. Partner of Raizuku doesn't even have to use the Blizzard to do so. There's the sleep dart onto Arduous Disc. And man, Arduous Disc has just been hit with everything this map. Just getting to the whole hog right about now, but you do have the Kitsune Rush available. You have the Sound Barrier available on either end. Big thing though, Blizzards will probably counteract with each other in this fight. Let's see what happens. There's going to be another good wall here, and there's going to be the cleanse. There's going to be the Sound Barrier out. Blizzards are going to be thrown out. Let's see who gets the better of it in this case, and it is actually going to be Air Force that gets the better of it, because Mulan is frozen. Even with the Sound Barrier used, you're not going to be able to stay alive there. No crowd freeze available for Raizuku, but there's a good amount of healing here coming up from Air Force. Kitsune Rush used just for security at this point. There's the Molten Core out from Shiz. Stay molded though, cannot get out of it. And the fight win here for Air Force coming up, but it's a dry fight on either end because nobody's got an ult coming up, except for maybe the nano boost.
Strength from nature.
The horrifying thing is, as a Lucio, you get stuck in May Freeze or your team's stuck in it, the beat is never going to save you. Better off of having saved the beat for this fight as we have Rock making the swap to the Zarya, gets Vintage Knight dangerously low, does not work out. Another bubble onto the Yoink's teammate. In 70% charge off 3 bubbles, has this Roadhog down in the pit. The hook goes off and Roadhog goes down in that moment. Lucio trying to bully Rock, but Rock says no. Rock beats Frog. I win this fight.
What a Bionade as well from Destroyer. Credit to Destroyer there, throwing out that purple Bionade onto Arduous and Space Wizard. They had to back up, and that allowed Army to push their way on up and get that charge. Like you were saying, 55% already for Rock, who just switched on over to the Zarya instead. So let's see, 99%. This storybook seems a little familiar with the 99%ers. Question is, who's going to get the better of it this time around? It was 199 on the beach in favor of Air Force. Army West Point doing their best to build up any ultimates. They counteract what Air Force has, but Air Force coming up on 4 check marks. Nanabu still available. Good hook, but even better bubble. Good save there from Rocket, and Nanabu did as well. Could very well get them to a Graviton Surge, and now the Saber are also invested as well. There's the Graviton Surge, gets 2 people inside of it, and 3 people even. And now the Blizzard also thrown out. You've got nowhere to go. Sound Barrier is used, Blizzard's used it only to get rid of the turret for right now. Another good Blizzard and a great freeze that comes out. Army West Point is going to turn this one on its head. Rock switching it over, gets the ground side surge. It is so big. And Army West Point starts us off. 199 goes to Air Force within the last 2 maps of Downtown and Volcano. 159, 199. Army West Point leads this series 1-0.
Gosh, that beat that came from Air Force was just a few seconds too early. Yes, people were low, but cooldowns were still in existence. And then Zarya said, okay, 1, 2, I'm gonna drop the grab.
And oh man, what a play overall there from Army's team to go 199. Again, this is the first time, by the way, that in all of our matches that we've seen here today so far, a team has scored more than 0% in at least all of the maps that were shown. This is just the stat in itself is just unbelievable just to look at. But still, 199, 159, 199 overall. Just a very close one. And at that, when you talk about the 99-0 to 199 turnaround there earlier on back on Antarctic Peninsula, man, oh man, that really could have gone either way when you take a look at it. So Samoa claimed by Army, and it's a 1-3, so now it is time for Air Force to pick their map. Circuit Royale went their way a little bit, although it did get turned on its head like we saw earlier on in game number 1. Series number 2, I mean, Artie, what do you expect here?
Okay, so I'm just gonna blanket statement this one. And I'm not saying this to be cruel. It happens with a lot of squads. Both these teams did not do well on defense. So I think that's why there was so much success on the offensive phases for both of them. It's just their defense was just not where it should have been. They backed up too late. It's you can't rely on the feast or famine play. You have to know exactly where you need to rotate. And Circuit Royale, you should be able to get, I'm not even kidding, 3 defensive fights in that first lane. 3 of them. And we only saw 1 each time. That's how you know they messed up on defense. So I digress. I think we avoid Circuit Royale. Just sweep that under the rug. Mutual agreement. Let's just not go Circuit. Though, if we're looking at Air Force, just what we've seen, honestly, if you like the Roadhog, you might actually be able to go Eichenwald. Roadhog can get a little nasty, especially during the secondary phase, regardless of if you're on offense or defense. That castle zone is very deadly for a lot of players. They don't know how to manage it, but it looks like they might have picked. And we're actually going to Flashpoint. We've not seen this all day.
Nope.
It's just control point on steroids. Why would you do it again?
Well, they decide, let's try this one more time, except let's go a little bit faster, shall we? 3 out of 5. You got to win here on Flashpoint. Sudavasa, 5 points to play with. The first point will be Market. Otherwise, all of the other 4 points randomized in any order. Garden, Palace, Temple, Ruins, any of those can be picked, but Market will be first and foremost here, so we will get to see what these teams pull out. Now, the big thing here is the macro. I know a lot of players here and a lot of teams like to use the Lucio here just because of the speed and how it goes with the spread on the entire map. Air Force decides not to do that and instead will go with the Zenyatta and more instead Lucio and Baptisto for Army West Point, which means probably Army gets there first.
So, not only that, they also have the sim TP. I mean, like, Air Force, you have a Tracer. You could have TP'd out and then just swapped Tracer so you could meet the squad here of Army West Point. But they're already set up on the high ground, mind you, which means D.Va's the only one who can reach. And Sojourn has to slide into danger in order to get up here. This is deadly, and they have the Bastion from Shiz.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
They have the defense matrix up to soak up all of the damage that is coming from the Bastion. First point will gone over to Army West Point for now. For those that don't know the game mode though, this control point gets a lot quicker, so that percentage is gonna just climb and climb on up. But if Air Force can get picks like they just did on Rock, got a good chance of taking this one all the way back here. 836 Nate is not going to find anything for right now. Vintage Knight runs right into Shiz and says, hello, goodness, run for shot to go against Stade Mode. Yes, they weren't the first on point and they weren't the first to cap, but they will get the first picks to go alongside of it, and Air Force will flip it back to them.
Okay, so just for clarification, it's 1.8% per second that elapses in real time for capture as opposed to 1 second per percent in normal control modes. Arduistic Disc is out of mech. That is a tragic situation to be in. However, their team is the ones currently controlling the point. They've been in this situation before. Now, Army swaps off the Lucio. Question that considering they're trying to retake, but they still have the Symmetra for a little bit extra mobility and speed, and we also have Rock on the Zarya. They're going to TP to the low ground and rotate towards Staircase to engage. They also have Window, which could be huge. Let's see. Oh, and it is.
It is. Window already gets rid of Vintage Knight. Zarya there to counter up the D.Va for right now. We'll see where they decide to go, but it's a Coalescence that's going to try to force them out of that window, and unfortunately for them, it will not. Shiz is able to take down Space Wizard using that Coalescence in the meanwhile. And the Transcendence is already being forced out. But this may be the turnaround here because Raizuka's already got the overclock kill onto Shiz, and now just forcing him all the way back here. Milan's going to have to use the pull and pull them out. But Rock's not going to survive this fight. Raizuku's take care of Rock. Good dive by the Divas to keep your Sojourn alive. And Air Force starts this one off by winning on market, and we go to the next point.
I really hope we see Mulan swap back to that Lucio. I think we also swapped off Lucio and we are 60% plus on beat. And there is one ultimate in this game that is considered, for the most part, one character you do not swap regardless of the composition. And if it's your Lucio's close to beat or has beat, it is such a fight winning or fight saving ultimate. But I digress. We have self-destruct online and wall. So hopefully we wall second and someone's tracking that D.Va has bomb.
D.Va has self-destruct. Photon barrier is up there as well. Mulan Tree of Life. So there's a lot of things to block a self-destruct. Decide to use it is the question here, as it's going to be Photon barrier up, and Arduous Disc already having to back away from this Army West Point, looking like they want to take this point first. But it happened last time where Army West Point took the point. Air Force was able to get the first pick. That might not be the case this time around. Shiz is able to take care of Space Wizard. And just now running them down. They're all stuck inside of this corridor. Zen's gone. Sojourn gone. Fight gone. Army West Point takes control of Palace.
I mean, do you really want to go against a high charge Zarya in a small room? And Arduous Disc actually decides to jump off the edge of the map as opposed to trying to wait for remake. Self-destruct, Pulse Bomb, Overclock, all almost ready to go for Air Force, but we have Graviton Surge, Tree of Life once again, Kitsune Rush, Molten Core. I think this fight's going to Army, but we'll have to wait. Vintage Knight, what's your plan with this Pulse Bomb? Who's going to get stuck, or is it just going to get pulled by the wayside as Mulan yoinks someone away?
Pulse Bomb is available. Oh gosh, Vintage Knight falling also low. He's got to go back to the rest of the team for right now. 4 ultimates coming up online here for Air Force, but the first one that gets triggered is Army's Kitsune Rush, seeing if they can just run him down and gun him down. No overclock is coming this time around. Shiz gets 2, and this is the point where you just say, all right, we gave them the first point. Let's give them this one. We're tied them at 1 apiece. Here on Sortovasa, they take the Palace. Where's the next point going? It is going to be... No, it's not the Gardens. Where is it?
I'm waiting to see where a player ends. Ah, there we
Temple.
go. Okay. We're transitioning into Temple. 3 ults for Army, 4 ults for Air Force, but we've got 2 countering abilities. Technically, if you want to count both the Zarya's bubbles, there's 4 for Army that can counter the Pulse Bomb. Interested to see how that works out. Transcendence
can save you in grab. However, if all of Army targets one person at a time, people are still going to get eliminated.
Grabs on Surge, like you were saying earlier. See if they can grab, otherwise the goal's probably to get out of that first, but the pulse bomb finds a double kill for Vintage Knight on Sustained Mold and Destroyer. Overclock just to secure. They can just get rid of them all. That's 2 DBS ults used. Vintage Knight will switch on over, but what an ult to use just to switch.
You know what? Sometimes it's just how it's gonna work out, and sometimes it's just a zoning ult to try and force out cooldowns. Still have Graviton Surge. I think we might see Grab in conjunction with Molten Core, because it's not going to be easy to find confirmed kills with Trance online, just considering we have Sim who has to get really up and personal with these players to get ample value. We're walking in currently. Zarya getting a lot of charge. People really want the Zarya dead, but are not committing at the proper time. There's another bubble. D.Va losing Toki very fast, is also getting flanked, is forced to use Fly early, and we see Shiz is going to lose turret very early, and there's Tree of Life.
Tree of Life is going to be used here to keep themselves up for right now. Transcendence is going to counter that right away. Now you've got 3 ultimates to use. Transcendence no longer a thing either, so this could very well be a big play if they're going to use the Graviton Surge. Now or never here. Graviton Surge gets everybody inside of it. This is huge, and the Molten Core combination will pair alongside of that. Is this enough, though? Self-destruct is out and about. Does Full-Time Barrier last long enough? No, it doesn't. Arduous Disc, the full-time barrier goes down just in time. Air Force holding on to this point. And despite every ultimate being used from Army West Point, except for the Kitsune Rush, they get nothing out of it, and Temple goes the way of the Falcons.
Next, Flashpoint, Ruins.
Ruins comes up next.
Kitsune Rush could be enough. I mean, do it early, do it after you force a couple cooldowns. Massive. You see D.Va fly, you rotate, but this is where not having that speed is tragic, because there's so much natural cover here, and we already used 1 bubble, but thankfully it's refunded a little bit faster. There's the TP on a coastline, don't get booped off by the D.Va fly, by the D.Va boosters. Torb gets dangerously low already.
TP's out of it though, so we'll regroup with the rest of the team. There's the turret gone, courtesy of Vintage Knight. So Stormer not having a lot of success with the turret as of lately, just because you don't have a tracer to target for you right now. Vintage Knight falling low. Kitsune Rush will be pulled out here from Army West Point to try to command to start. Stayed Mode will take care of Space Wizard, meaning again, Space Wizard has been a lot of out of some of these fights first. That will mean Army West Point gets the first start of it. They're going to play aggressively, too. They're even going to TP up top, see if they can find anything. And Rock is able to take care of Phoenix. And that's way signal of a bad fight here for Air Force to try to take now.
You really need to be running away. Tail between your legs currently if you're Air Force. I mean, Zen into a not-so-divey comp should be able to sustain, but the real scary moment is losing Space Walrus early. You mentioned it. They've lost Space Walrus early, I think, both of the other 2, like the first 2 points, but still, this is the final point. If Air Force wins it, they can risk it and lose this one if they want, and just try to bait out any ults as possible here.
You're saying have that advantage 2-1. Very, very good for ultimate-wise. Air Force is already going to force out the overclock. They're going to find anything, though. Razuku somehow staying alive all this entire time. Graviton Surge as well is going to find the Coalescence, but a big ultimate used at the same time. Coalescence not eaten up. It's Toki out of neck. And Arduous Disc can't find anything else either. Yes, they bait out the Graviton Surge. It'll be final fight. We're headed all the way to the last one. Guardians is where we end.
Okay, it was Tree of Life and Grav committed from Army, but if they could have somehow forced out Photon Barrier, it would have been all that much better for Air Force as we transition into, yeah, you said it, the final fight. Well, final point that we can go for here. We have Visor, Force Bubbles, but then, you know, Wall, Photon Barrier is there, Trance, it's defensive ultimate. This is a scary situation for Air Force, at least for first fight. However, they are the first to get there.
So let's see, 2-2. It went the distance here on Sotavasa. Well, let's see who gets the better of it. If Army goes up here, this would be a great. It would just be demoralizing here for Air Force, knowing that they were this close. But Air Force is going to pull out the Transcendence, going to pull out the Visor at the same time. They want first dibs on this point, and they're going to get it here unless the Zarya and the laser combination here can work their magic. Unfortunately, though, Arduous Disc is going to run right up to them and say, not so fast, my friend. Falcons get first touch here to start the final point.
Using Visor, I think Air Force probably realized they had that Army West Point had Photon Barrier online, and so Phoenix was just like, okay, then I'm gonna trance with you in Visor so we can cross the barrier and you'll survive. It works great. No one has ults online though for Air Force now, and they're about to go into another grab and another Tree of Life, as well as Molten Core. What is the plan of attack? You can eat most of Molten Core with hands from Sigma, but Graviton Surge, that's gonna be a little risky. Can we find that one? Is it going to be taken?
Phoenix taking care of state mode is a huge pick for you because now that laser, you're only down to one laser to work with here. Turret's gone as well from Vintage Knights, so still advantage for Air Force, man advantage wise. And now they'll go on over from state mode on that Symmetra to the Soldier instead. Don't lose a lot of ultimate percentage anyways here. It's going to be 79%. Final fight, Army's final chance here. Pull on what they can. 3 ultimates. Air Force might not have to use anything. They know they can build up to what they want to and win it out in final fight territory here. Tree of Life is first. Graviton Surge will follow, so they pull out 2 ultimates for right now. Molten Core will pair alongside of it. It might be an overcommitment, but either way, Army West Point gets the point.
Army West Point took a very long time to get it, however. That's the scary part. We're at 99%.
I question too.
Unless it's a swap off to something else, which what I would assume to be. Okay, so Shiz switch.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, okay, so I was like, wait, how do you fall off the map there with no pressure on? Okay, so sure. Shiz switches on over to the Somber instead. 44% Air Force with a couple of ults to use. Coalescence, Gravitic Flux, Deadeye. The Gravitic Flux Deadeye combination is going to be huge, but they're not going to use it right away here. Instead, the hop is up, nothing doing there with the bubble on. Overtime clock will start because Air Force is actually on the point to flip it. Quintanilla rushes out. Gravitic Flux is up, and Rock is in a whole lot of trouble here. Do you have the bubble? Yes, you do. And you have the charge to run him down. The laser combination will work out as Rock gets 2 of them. They flip the point back. They're still alive.
The scary situation that occurred is our Arduous Disc, and we're staggering Zen. This is just what's gonna end up happening. We're too close. Phoenix says, okay, I'll take myself out. The scary thing is, with Sigma, you can't play in the faces of a lot of enemy tanks. It's just Sig is meant for long range, so they had no choice but to back off and attempt to re-engage. They re-engaged down so many cooldowns and the ultimate that it didn't work out in their favor. We have Arduous coming back on the Doomfist, just getting beamed down. Same with the follow-up from Space Wars. May's gonna Cryo Freeze on point as Tracer comes in and blinks through. Tracer's recalls force wall, Cryo Freeze all gone. There's just a grab for good measure, and Lucio I think was even pulled in as well.
That's a team wipe. And Army West Point takes it all back. It goes back and forth. Air Force Army on the Gardens. Just leave it off. They will get it, and we are going into map number 3 with Army just one more map away. Taking themselves a trip to Texas. What a way to do it here. Just back and forth. It will go all the way through. The big thing for me there, including a service to play the game here, Rock was so good on this thing, but the big thing there too was the Zenyatta getting staggered out at the end, right? Had to either had to run away with the Transcendence in hand, mind you, or had to die with the rest of the team. Look, had the Transcendence available, but then switched on over to the Lucio. That could have been very big for you if you still had that Transcendence, but got staggered out and went off the map entirely. So I'm not too sure if that was the right decision for Air Force, but Army West Point gives themselves the 2nd point, and now Air Force needs the reverse sweep. That's all it really is. That's what it boils down to for a trip to Texas. Air Force needs that 3-0 in the last 3 maps. So, I mean, if you're Air Force, what do you do here? Because it seemed like at times, right, Market and Temple went their way, just they couldn't close it out.
Hear me out. Go escort. Have your teammates play hit scan, play the Sigma, go escort. I just commit to it. The small corridor compositions where we can pull out that JQ, we can pull out the Zarya, the Reinhardt. Army's gonna do it. Don't let them.
Oh, but instead, and I'm going to break you up right there, they're going to pick something else, a new game mode entirely as well. So Devasa we will see for the first time. We saw it for the first time here. Flashpoint we saw it for the first time. We've seen Hybrid. We've seen Escort. We've seen Control. We've seen Flashpoint. So how about we go to Push now? We go to New Queen Street coming up with a sub as well. CM Spoon subs in for Shiz, or subs back in for Shiz, but yeah. Hey, Artie, we get to see all 5 game modes here. It's going to be New Queen Street coming up.
Okay, so it's not a bad idea. It's just New Queen Street seems to be in other organizations and people I've worked with in the Overwatch sphere, out of the 3 push maps, the most hated. But I'm happy we get to avoid either a ROM versus ROM and just looking down one hallway in all of Coliseo. Running into Rocks Winston on Esperanza may not be advantageous as well. So if you want to go push, I guess, yeah, New Queen Street can work out. Let's just see what compositions these teams end up pulling out, and if we're going to see a resurgence of the Winston from Rock or Zarya. I think Zarya can work very well here. It's just the final uphill stretch when you get that second checkpoint. Teams start to fall apart there. I hope we don't end up with that back and forth where it's like we hit the hill and then bot starts going the other way. We hit the other hill and then we just keep walking back and forth around this middle piece because that uphill is just so irksome for everybody.
Yeah, that uphill is kind of a torturous position here if you're not if you don't have the verticality to do so, right? Like with a Devo or a Winston to dive up there. If you have the hit scans or if you have the uphill advantage, if you will, that checkpoint just becomes a lot harder to work with here. So right now, it is Army West Point sitting at 2 points and only one more map away from a trip to Esports Stadium Arlington in early May. And right now, Air Force needing the reverse sweep. And as close of a match this has been, 2-1 on Samoa, 3-2 on Tsudavasa. It's as close as you want it to get. Push only shows 1-0 though.
Right, Zaku. It's going to come down to these walls. Can you shut Rock down? Sigma on this map, I didn't mention it before we got in, but Sigma during those uphill stages can be great. The question is, will we get to those uphill areas for Sigma to work out, or is May going to be the first one to go into the drink?
Well, no, not in the drink, just frozen. Just not quite in the water, just frozen out and by themselves entirely. So a different state of matter, if you will. The Arduous Dusk is slept, but it won't even matter, though, as off the map.
Wait, I think they disconnected.
Will go, and yes, it's a disconnect. Yeah, they did disconnect. Oh boy, this. Let's say, okay, so at the very least, it's at the start of the map, so they could reset this, and I think it happened yet again. So it is an unfortunate situation. I believe their power went out last time the outages happened. So it is, again, quite an unfortunate situation here that it had to happen. And it happened earlier on after 2 maps as well. So I believe we have the chance now to go ahead and, yeah, literally said the power outage happened during the Hero Select, which is a very unfortunate situation. So we're going to get things settled in one more time. Again, Army leads the series 2-0. Air Force wants to come back here, and hopefully will come back after we take this short break. So we will see if we can get them all back together. New Queen Street, the redo, I guess you could say. Only 40 seconds in, so we got to try this one more time.
We can restart it.
Yeah, we can restart it. It's reasonable to restart it. New Queen Street, the redo, take 2. When we come back, you're watching the CECC Service Academy qualifiers right here on Esports U2.
Racers, are we ready?
Yes.
Are we ready for the Zip Chair Gaming Esports U 2023 Arlington Zip Chair commemorative race? I don't know why it's commemorative. It is now. They're gonna race all the way down and all the way back. The first winner is the CECC May Madness Texas 2023 Zip Chair Racing Champion. In 3, 2, 1, go! Oh, Smooth cheated! Smooth cheated! That's a false start from Smooth, but he's actually still barely in the lead. Things looking a little bit rough. It looks like Guac catches in. Tony swings in. Angela's so excited she threw her phone straight onto the ground. Smooth hurtling back. Earl's camera is probably going to get hit. Hold on. I'm here to play defense if we need it. Okay, we're good. Smooth catches it. Yeah, that's an immediate disqualification. That's a DQ. The fans are furious. You hate to see it. Everybody's angry.
Making history at CECC. And there it is! Both platforms online and Dip will take it home. What a game.
Take a victory lap, take a bow, and take the headsets off and start to yell.
Racers, are we ready?
Yes.
Are we ready for the Zip Chair Gaming Esports U 2023 Arlington Zip Chair commemorative race? I don't know why it's commemorative. It is now. They're going to race all the way down and all the way back. The first winner is the CECC May Madness Texas 2023 Zip Chair Racing Champion. In 3, 2, 1, go! Oh, Smooth cheated! Smooth cheated! That's a false start from Smooth, but he's actually still barely in the lead. Things looking a little bit rough. It looks like Guac catches in. Tony swings in. Angela's so excited she threw her phone straight onto the ground. Smooth hurtling back. Earl's camera is probably going to get hit. Hold on. I'm here to play defense if we need it. Okay, we're good. Smooth catches it. Yeah, that's an immediate disqualification. That's a DQ. The fans are furious. You hate to see it. Everybody's angry. Racers, are we ready?
Yes.
Are we ready for the Zip Chair Gaming Esports U 2023 Arlington Zip Chair commemorative race? I don't know why it's commemorative. It is now. They're going to race all the way down and all the way back. The first winner is the CECC May Madness Texas 2023 Zip Chair Racing Champion. In 3, 2, 1, go! Oh, Smooth cheated! Smooth cheated! That's a false start from Smooth, but he's actually still barely in the lead. Things looking a little bit rough, but it looks like Guac catches in. Tony swings in. Angela's so excited she threw her phone straight onto the ground. Smooth hurtling back. Earl's camera is probably going to get hit. Hold on. I'm here to play defense if we need it. Okay, we're good. Smooth catches it. Yeah, that's an immediate disqualification. That's a DQ. The fans are furious. You hate to see it. Everybody's angry.
Making history at CECC. And there it is! Both platforms online and dip will take it home. What a game.
Take a victory lap, take a bow, and take the headsets off and start to yell.
Racers, are we ready?
Yes.
Are we ready for the Zip Chair Gaming Esports U 2023 Arlington Zip Chair commemorative race? I don't know why it's commemorative. It is now. They're going to race all the way down and all the way back. The first winner is the CECC May Madness Texas 2023 Zip Chair Racing Champion. In 3, 2, 1, go! Oh, Smooth cheated! Smooth cheated! That's a false start from Smooth, but he's actually still barely in the lead. Things looking a little bit rough, but it looks like Guac catches in. Tony swings in. Angela's so excited she threw her phone straight onto the ground. Smooth hurtling back. Earl's camera is probably going to get hit. Hold on. I'm here to play defense if we need it. Okay, we're good. Smooth catches it. Yeah, that's an immediate disqualification. That's a DQ. The fans are furious. You hate to see it. Everybody's angry. Racers, are we ready? Are we ready for the Zip Chair Gaming Esports U 2023 Arlington Zip Chair commemorative race? I don't know why it's commemorative. It is now. They're going to race all the way down and all the way back. The first winner is the CECC May Madness Texas 2023 Zip Chair Racing Champion. In 3, 2, 1, go! Oh, Smooth cheated! Smooth cheated! That's a false start from Smooth, but he's actually still barely in the lead. Things looking a little bit rough, but it looks like Guac catches in. Tony swings in. Angela's so excited she threw her phone straight onto the ground. Smooth hurtling back. Earl's camera is probably going to get hit. Hold on. I'm here to play defense if we need it. Okay, we're good. Smooth catches it. Yeah, that's an immediate disqualification. That's a DQ. The fans are furious. You hate to see it. Everybody's angry.
Welcome back, everybody, here inside of the booth alongside Nerdy Bird Klutchke with you here. And into the game, we will go straight up. Army West Point taking on Air Force here. Army West Point only one more map away from sending themselves a ticket to CECC Texas coming up in early May. Meanwhile, Air Force needing the reverse sweep to give themselves a chance at it as well. There was a little bit of a disconnect issue and a power outage, so Air Force back and ready to play here. We reset. And first fight was going to Army West Point to start, but who knows what this reset can do. I mean, sometimes restarting the computer, restarting the computers, I guess you could say, does wonders for a team. Maybe it'll be the case this time around, so go around the edge here, right into the restaurant area, right around the statue side, keeping the same compositions between the two teams. However, this time around, Vintage Knight is able to take care of Rock, no shields in hand, and now it's just run down. In this case, it's only the Sojourn and the Ana trapped inside of this little cafe area. They may be able to escape, but not before that robot starts the push.
Immortality is used onto Sigma to keep him alive. We do see Mulan will fall for Army West Point, swapping over to the Genji as well. Ana getting staggered out. Lucio hard staggered, considering one of the first to fall and fall again. Rock swapping off the JQ over to this Winston, trying to get that true damage, jump into the back line, engage with Genji, jump back out. We'll have Mulan for a little extra sustain and love, but the caveat is both the Sigma shield and the Mei wall that could block off healing onto the monkey, and as I say it, Mulan and Rock fall.
3 kills falling already here for Air Force, now building up towards ultimates. You'll have the Blizzard soon. You'll have the Gravitic Flux soon. Is this the composition you're trying to run here, Army? Nano Boost is the only thing you're going to have up. Sound Barrier cannot save you for this one. Also the overclock. Oh, CM Smooth falling oh so low here. 51 meters, only a couple more meters left till he gets to the checkpoint. They may as well count the checkpoint on. You've already lost CM Spoon. Rock is falling oh so low. State Mode is able to dive the back line though. Is able to take care of Space Wizard and Vintage Knight. And the health bar starting to fall lower and lower. So yes, the composition they want to run is working out so far. Creation's not going to save you, my friend. You just got to wait for the impending doom. 55 meters. They don't get the checkpoint, but they're going to have to turn back 53 meters.
Tragedy struck with the Lucio Ajax. We'd already lost Vintage Knight, and Ryozaku TV decided to try and commit the Mei ult. At that point, you have to commit 2 ults to coin them, to equalize, to pay for the lives that you have lost. I wish Mail had been saved. We're going into this with Gravitic Flux, Overclock, and Amplification Matrix for Air Force. Theoretically, that can work, but they're going to have to find a way to counter Mulan's beat, and the only way is hard target focusing during this Gravitic Flux in conjunction with that window.
Let's see, May already having to use the crowd freeze. There's the wall that goes up. There's the dive in. Rock going right into the disruptor shot, but has the primal range to get out and maybe disrupt a little bit more. Immortality field, I mean, do you have it, or are you even going to be able to stay inside of it? No, Rock swings away with the monkey and takes care of the support. Mulan will follow that up, so no supports usually means that your fight is now over here. State Mold is just going to go ahead and shoot a kid away right on this May. And as quickly as Air Force got 55, Army West Point coming up under 55 of their own, and even the checkpoint.
Winston's holding his own at the top of the hill, decides to disengage. About this checkpoint lock, they can disengage, force out cooldown. Sigma's already dropped. It looks as though the Reaper rates in, gets punished. Your get out of jail free card you spent too soon. Gravitic Flux will pick up no one. Amplification Matrix also expelled, and finally Phoenix, Arduous Disc, and Space Wizard all will plummet.
Yeah, so this is the interesting thing here, statistics-wise. Anyways, first fight and win went to Air Force. Their chances shot up to 80%, however, to win the map. First checkpoint by Army, though, and that gives them a little bit more. The stats now give them a 60% chance of winning because they now have the lead over Air Force after getting the first checkpoint. So, oh, what a turnaround here for Army yet again. 6 minutes left to go on the clock. They'll switch on over to the Bastion instead to rip away at this team. Play to the back line. How about an Nano Boost to go alongside of it? The Nano Blade, the old classic, is able to dash away and slash away for one. Gets out of there for right now, but is able to take care of both supports. That's Mulan being bloodthirsty with the Lucio. Is able to find more, and we will cross into the 100-meter mark.
West Point has Primal Rage online. It's going to be able to play that just to keep people off this payload. May fell early, swapping to the Cassidy with 80% ult as well. Space Wizard falls early, losing a support as a death sentence. You can buy extra time by just getting out currently. But the question is, will Arduous Disc and Toki and Tel be able to stay alive? I don't know, as Bath has to look away and try to keep this flying. Bastion alive, who gets eliminated, and Winston's after D.Va.
Winston is after the D.Va, and the D.Va out of mech as well. Down to the final few meters left. This might just be a completed map. It's 10 minutes on the clock. They may not need all of it. 1 meter left to go. There will be the contest on the hinder, but it will be the Doomfist getting off of it just by hands of the monkey. It's a completed map. We don't even need 10 minutes to figure out our winner. We only need 5. It's going to be Army West Point given the sweep, given the broom out of the closet, and they are headed to CECC, Texas in early May.
Rock with POTG. Do you think it's this Primal, or was it a double squish that we had earlier? It is not the Primal Rage. This is when that Mail and the beat was Ajax just before this. Gets the assist on one, gets the confirm on another, and assist on two thereafter. Absolutely beautiful.
Great play overall there from Army. Unfortunately, Air Force does go down. We will not see them inside of that eSports Stadium, Arlington, the Grand Stadium, and the Grand Finals there coming up in early May. It will be Army that moves on entirely as well, and what a statement overall for them. And we'll give you some updates here from the other sides of the from the other broadcasts, I should say, CECC South in a couple of moments. But Nerdy, give me your last word here. I mean, who would you say is your MVP from this entire thing, from this entire gameplay from Army? Because they've been so good, right? They've turned it on its head. They lost some more, but they come back to win the next 2 maps. They win a back-and-forth Suravasa, and then just after losing down 55 meters, mind you, on New Queen Street, they complete the map in 5 minutes afterwards. I mean, who would you say is the key to turning that whole thing around?
I don't know who the IGL is who's calling the swap, so whomever that person is, you get my props. However, just whom we saw on screen, it goes to Rock. The ability to identify when you're getting hard countered, when it's just not going to work, and being willing to adapt and change. And we saw you play so many different tanks throughout this entire series. I mean, yes, Arduous Disc did as well, but the fallback definitely you could notice was D.Va the comfort pick, whereas Rock was like, okay, Reinhardt ain't it, maybe Sigma ain't it, JQ, nope, Winston. And so the ability to adapt and be that front force for your team was very nice to see. Tanks are in a painful spot, but it's just how it is, and you did well, Rock.
Well, we'll get a chance to talk with Rock right after we take a break here, so we'll get a chance to talk with the tank from the Army West Point Esports team. As we'll get a chat and ask them how it feels to be headed on over to CECC Texas. You are watching the CECC Service Academy Qualifiers presented by ZipChair right here on Esports U2. Welcome back, everybody, inside of the booth. Clutch Key alongside Nerdy Bird with you. And joining us right now, Nerdy called it earlier, and already called it earlier, where your player to see so far, your player of the match that we got to see, Rock, joins us now, the Tank from the Army West Point esports team, joining us live from West Point as well. Rock, first of all, congratulations to you and your team. Service Academy is new to the CECC here for Overwatch. So how does it feel to not only be the first ones to get that spot from the Service Academy qualifier, but also knowing that you guys are heading off to Texas here in May?
Move on to a higher level of competition. It's an awesome feeling.
Okay, so Klutchki got to ask the nice question, the one that always brings about the happy answer.
Sure.
I have to ask, what in the McNuggets happened on Circuit Royale, and why was there like this? You are a very adaptable tank. I commend you for that. The amount of swaps I saw coming from you, I loved it. The one thing I did not love was just the refusal to actually commit to a Sigma composition on Circuit. What's happening there?
All right, we feel a little bad for that, but we understood the scenario going on here where the round robin didn't really matter. We knew we were getting into the finals. We're like, all right, we're not going to bring out our big boys yet. We know we're running the meanest Sigma comp with that. So we just we can play with the other stuff, see how we feel, because we knew Air Force was pretty good, but we thought we could handle them with the other stuff. So we said, yeah, we'll just play with the other stuff, knowing when the time comes, it's still in our back pocket. We're ready to pull it out. So we wanted to start with something a little different because, again, the round robin wasn't do or die. We wanted to play with some other stuff that we were a little confident on. Kind of works.
Well, ironically enough, it ended up being a Ram versus Ram in the very beginning, and I was a little shocked that both teams went with that, but nonetheless, it ended up working out. And so, next question over is going to be, what actually is your tank of choice? If there wasn't like a hard set, you have to play this tank into this tank type of situation, who was your OG tank main?
Maybe a little surprising based on everything I play, but Reinhardt all day of the week. But he is just so easily countered by every single thing in the game to exist, and you cannot play him, and it sucks a lot because I love playing Ryan, but I'm pretty good at, unfortunately, every other tank now because I'm like our only tank for our varsity or black team, so I sort of have to play the whole roster, and I've gotten pretty good at a few of them, but if I could play Reinhardt all day, I would.
I respect that.
Yeah, Rock joining us here for the Army West Point team. They booked their spot to Texas. They room electric, as he said earlier on. And, Rock, one last question for you. Now you guys have the long day is over, right? The long day here. You guys had a little bit of a break after that Army-Navy game. Then you played Air Force twice here. Now you guys are headed to CECC Texas. But that is about 2.5 months away now, just over 2 months away. So for you and your team, what are you guys going to do to be prepping for that entire thing? Because obviously there's going to be a new season when we get there. There's going to be new patches when we get up there as well. Everything's going to change for you guys. So how are you guys going to prepare for the big stage that comes up in May?
Well, as you saw, we already played a very large number of comps, and we really want to try to whittle that down a little bit to stick, all right, this is our go-to dive, this is our go-to brawl, and we just run those 24/7 as much as we can. We're going to try to play against a little higher level competition. We're still in season with our current league, so we're in NECC right now, and so we're going to try to run that, take that top spot if we can, and then move on from there and get as prepped as we can with the best competition we can get.
Well, we will see how prepped you guys are when we see you guys down in Arlington, Esports Stadium, Arlington, next stop for the West Point Black Knights here. Rock, thank you very much for joining us, and good luck to you and your team when we see you down there in Texas in May.
My pleasure. Thank you so much.
Rock joins us here from the Army West Point Esports team, and Nerdy, as we close things out. Man, oh man, that team 3-0 did not drop a single point, mind you. Yes, it was close in Samosa or Avasa. Maybe not New Queen Street because that was kind of a roll there at the completed map at the end there. But overall, Army knows how to turn things around. Even if they're down, they know how to bring it all the way back.
They do. I just hope that when they go to Texas, they're prepared to do their research. They figure out, because, you know, the rest of the collegiate team, most of those teams, they have their bread and butter comps. Some have one comp and somehow never have to swap off. Looking at the person that's on one of those teams in the room next to me, I hope he felt a chill down his spine. So if there's those types of teams, you need to know what composition you want to play to counter that. And if you're comfortable playing a rush, playing a brawl, playing a dive, and you have those three that you can alternate the rock, paper, scissors game with, know which ones you need to prep for which games, and you'll find a lot of success. I mean, we already saw how dynamic they are. It's just going to get better.
Yeah, we'll see how much that dynamic changes when they play from West Point and they move on over with that flight from New York all the way down to Texas. By the way, give you some updates right now. Check out the PSU Esports Twitch right now. Special presentation from Esports U broadcast going on there with the Nittany Invitational, or the By Blue Light Nittany Invitational, I should say. That's going on right now with some Rocket League and some very good Rocket League games, mind you, if you want to go check that out. Other games that are going on right now on our brother station on Esports U right now, that going on with Rocket League, Overwatch, as Super Smash Bros. All finished up, but Valorant has the finals going on right now. And this is between, by the way, the top two teams in the CVAL rankings, Winthrop versus Blinn. The 1 versus 2 going on right now. That matchup you do not want to miss out on to go watch that one. By the way, Rocket League Indian River State College will move to Texas, winning that 4-3 over UT Arlington. And Overwatch, Winthrop beats Converse 3-0. And in Super Smash Bros., Winthrop beats UT Arlington 2-0 as well. So Winthrop will see 2 teams at the very least move on over to Texas. Indian River State College we will see move on as well. And again, like I said, it is the Winthrop versus Blinn College 1 versus 2 in the CVAL rankings going on right now. So that will about wrap it up for us. But coming up next weekend, the Service Academy qualifiers continue with Rocket League, and don't miss out on watching the CECC West Regional Finals as we determine more teams that we will see at CECC Texas in early May. Great work by our entire crew, including our observers, Cool Scoots and Rhino throughout the day, and our producer, Professor Layton. For my partner, Nerdy Bird, we say thank you so much for watching. As the final score one more time, Army, West Point Esports leading the charge, and we'll move on to CECC Texas in Arlington by a final score set of 3-0. We say have a good rest of your night, as this has been the CECC Service Academy Overwatch Qualifiers presented by ZipChair right here on Esports U2.
Hold.